Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for December 9th, 2025. Just a reminder that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access to Information Act, Section 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. And I'd also like to just let everybody a slight reminder to turn your phones on to either vibrate or silent. And we are moving on to our agenda. Before we adopt the agenda as presented, I would like to make an amendment to the agenda. And it's regarding a pre-audit meeting with the appointed financial auditor. So at this time, I'd be looking for, actually, I'm going to make the motion that we amend the agenda that has been presented. So I'll call the question. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question to amend the agenda. That motion is passed. So I'd like to add under new business 6.2.3, pre-audit discussion with the appointed financial auditor. That would be the amendment. If there's no discussion on that amendment, I will call the question. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor McCauley.
Are they coming in to present, or?
No, we'll get to that in item 6.2.3 if this is adopted. But it's a, right now would be just to add it to the agenda to make a discussion. And then if we'd like to make a motion later on, we can. But right now it's just, would be 6.2.3 to have discussions with the auditor that have been appointed.
Okay, I just ask, are they coming in to talk to us then, or that's pre-discussion?
We can have that discussion under item 6.2.3 later on the agenda if it's passed. Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that amendment has been added to the agenda. Thank you. So now I would be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor McKay. Councillor McKay makes the motion to adopt the agenda as presented. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the regular council meeting minutes of November 25th. Has any errors or omissions been noted in the meeting minutes from November 25th? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes from November 25th, 2025. Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion to adopt the meeting minutes from November 25th, 2025.
Thank you very much for the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. So we'll move on to bylaws under section 4. Moving on to item 4.1, first reading of bylaw 25-063 for the application number 3625 to amend the land use bylaw on page 17 of our agenda. And I'm going to pass the floor over to administration at this time.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Good morning, council. So Ron and Virginia Scottapole hold title to the Northeast 2638-4 west of the 5th, containing 143.44 acres. The subject land is located approximately 7.5 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Condor. Clifford Scottapole has made application on behalf of Ron and Virginia to redesignate 22 acres of the Northeast 2638-4 from Agriculture District A to Industrial District I. If approved, the total amount of land that would be redesignated Industrial District within the Northeast 26 would increase to a total of 28.44 acres. The proposed 22 acres to be redesignated is located in the east central portion and southeast portions of the quarter section. The majority of the land to be redesignated is heavily treed land. The land located between the existing designated industrial district parcel and the existing CRA parcel is flat, mainly cleared land that contains a residence and a farm shop. This portion of land is also used for outdoor storage and contains an office that is used in conjunction with the construction business. The land in the southeast portion of the quarter section, subject to this application, is flat, cleared agricultural land. The land in the west central portion of the area to be redesignated contains 2 airplane hangars. The application came about once it was realized that the existing construction operation had spilled over the current industrial designated parcel boundaries, as well as through estate planning as the family prepares to pass the business and land onto the next generation. The original industrial development was set up on the porous agricultural quality land on the quarter section back in 1943. In 1966, 6.44 acres was redesignated to industrial land and subdivided from the quarter section. At the same time, a residential acreage was subdivided from the quarter section to the south of the industrial parcel. Should the redesignation be successful, medium industrial operations are listed as a permitted use, while heavy industrial operations and outdoor storage is listed as a discretionary use in the industrial district. The balance of the quarter section is mainly flat, cleared farmland. There are no structures located on the quarter outside of the proposed industrial area. However, the Hespero airstrip is located on the remainder of the quarter section. There appears to be no other development on the land. A site inspection will be conducted should first reading be granted. Access to the area to be redesignated can be achieved off Range Road 4-1, adjacent to the east property boundary of the subject lands. Surrounding land uses are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels in the area. As we look at county policy, we look at the municipal development plan. Policy 5.2.4 reminds us to limit infringing on agricultural operations. Policy 7.2.1 encourages the retention and expansion of existing businesses and industry, as well as the attraction of new business and industry as a means of diversifying the county's economic base. 11.2.7 reminds us that legal and physical access is required. 14.2.5, we could ask for additional studies should council feel there be a requirement for that. 14.2.6 lists off the criteria to consider when reviewing an application to redesignate land. And just a couple of those things to consider: impacts on adjoining and nearby land uses, impacts on natural capital and ag land, impacts on the environment, scale and density, site suitability and capacity, road requirements, just to name a few. And then I've listed the county's land use bylaw. The general purpose of the industrial district is to provide for a range of industrial uses that fit within the rural context as well as within the hamlets. And then I've listed some permitted uses and discretionary uses from that district. I've also included the definitions of industrial heavy and industrial medium for council to review as well. Policy considerations: the proposed redesignation request could result in a total of 28.44 acres of the quarter section being designated industrial district, including the existing industrial district parcel. This would allow an existing operation to expand its business within the community, which aligns with the MDP. The location and size of the area to be redesignated does impact approximately 6.64 acres of agricultural land. The MDP outlines providing for a variety of locations for industrial uses and industrial operations, and outdoor storage is listed as a use in the industrial district. At this time, the applicants are not proposing for any changes to the existing parcel boundaries, nor have they applied for a subdivision in this case for the area to be redesignated. Access is available off a county maintained road. So it would be appropriate for council to consider granting first reading to bylaw 25-063 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for the information and the background information on this agenda item, Mr. Bisson. Are there any comments or discussion from council? If not, we'd be looking for a motion. Councillor McCauley.
With this industrial section, with the new land use bylaw, does this process become easier with what's been done, or is it pretty much the same?
As far as,
To create this parcel of land, like we went through, put a new land use bylaw, does that make this easier, this process?
it would be the same process, for spot rezoning in this case. The process under the new, MDP to subdivide that, if that were to come in the future, would be similar as well. So it's really no change under the new land use bylaw or the new MDP.
Thank you.
Councillor McKay, please go ahead.
Would it be common within Clearwater County to surround a CRA parcel with industrial? It seems that this is, how would you say, a little aggressive?
That's a good question, and that was something that we brought up with the landowners, being that this industrial parcel does go to the south of the CRA parcel. I would say it's not common. However, it is family that does own that CRA parcel that would be surrounded.
Until it isn't, though.
That's a fair point.
Thanks.
Yeah. Just push, thank you. Councillor Powell, please go ahead.
I just have a question. On the south side here, there's quite a large chunk of farmland that's being used. Is there some specific reason for that, like that wasn't listed?
My understanding was just simply for expansion of the business.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Humphrey.
And did they ever consider, like for expansion, removing the trees and the stuff that they have there? Because expanding it but not taking the trees down would possibly be the reason why they want that. But if you took the trees out in there, I wonder if that would give them enough room to further expansion, and it would also not completely surround that residential acreage.
It is absolutely a fair consideration, and the applicants were supposed to be joining us virtually this morning, but I don't see them online. They will be present at the public hearing, but I would concur with your comments, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Lewin.
The design, and excuse me if I'm mistaken here, but the design of this proposed subdivision or acreage is forming another acreage within the outer perimeters of this design?
No,
No, so there's already 2 acreages off this property right now?
that is correct.
Okay, and the red lines are the third, is that correct?
The red lines are just what is proposed to be redesignated. There is no
So
application.
that would be the 4th parcel out then?
If they were to subdivide it, but
Right.
that is not part of this
Right.
application.
And so what are they gonna do with their airstrip if the airplanes are on their acreages?
That I don't have an answer for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, and council would have the opportunity at second reading to allow or offer amendments for this application as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? Looking for a motion? Councillor McCauley?
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion that council grants first reading to bylaw 25063 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you very much for the motion. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of granting first reading to bylaw 25063 and proceeding to a public hearing? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 4.2 on our agenda on page 33. And again, I'll hand the floor over to administration. Okay, no, we'll just take a moment and let the applicants get seated. Good morning and welcome to Clearwater County Council Chambers. And at this time, I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Clark to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Before you is Bylaw 25/060 for the redesignation of 5 acres of the southeast 35/36/5 west of the 5th from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. The applicants, Robert and Doris Naninga, currently holds title to the southeast 35/36/5, containing 158 acres, located approximately 10.4 kilometers northwest of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicants made application to redesignate the proposed parcel. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners intend to proceed with an application to subdivide and create a separate title for the proposed 5-acre parcel. The proposed undeveloped parcel is located in the south central portion of the quarter section. Proposed parcel is described as having gentle slope towards the east and predominantly treed with mature vegetation. Applicants are proposing that the subject parcel and the remainder of the quarter section have a shared existing approach from Township Road 36/5 adjacent to the south property boundary. The balance of the quarter section consists of mature trees. There is a cleared pasture land in the northeast portion of the quarter section. Alberta Wetland Inventory has identified wetlands located in the western half of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from a proposed shared approach from Township Road 36/5 adjacent to the south property boundary and an existing approach from Range Road 5-1 adjacent to the east property boundary. The surrounding lands in the area is predominantly agriculture with some residential parcels, and the attached package will provide more details. Going to go through some of the policies that council may need to consider when going through this application. Section 4.2.4 in regards to wetland, in approving a plan redesignation, subdivision, or development of an area which includes wetlands, Clearwater County shall seek to avoid the loss and degradation of wetlands, and where avoidance is not achievable, to minimize and mitigate the impact of wetlands. Section 5.2.3, this is regarding to each subdivision application shall be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and evaluating a subdivision or development proposal that would affect agricultural quality of land. A number of factors that the county shall need to consider in regards to the application, such as the extent of farming activities or the extent of non-farming activities on the quarter section. MDP policy 10.1.1 provides opportunity for a variety of parcel sizes to accommodate agricultural and residential, commercial and industrial and other uses that uses in a fairly consistent manner. Section 10.2.9, location of the parcel. Clearwater County shall require proposed new parcel to be located to minimize the impact on the natural capital of agricultural operations within the county. Section 10.2.10, location of the parcel. And the preferred location of a new residential parcels, council shall consider. One of the consideration is the location of the quarter section that is used the least amount of cultivated land. Other policy considerations is that the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 5-acre undeveloped residential parcel. The preferred location of the parcel should be on the lowest quality of land, the quarter section, and have the least impact on cultivated land as possible. The majority of the proposed parcel is identified as unsuitable land for cultivation according to the land suitability rating, which aligns with MDP 10.2.10B and 10.2.10C. Should the proposed redesignation and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel be considered the second parcel or the third title out of the quarter section, which will align with MDP policy 10.2.2. And there is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.5, and the proposed parcel complies with all the requirements outlined for a CRA parcel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the information, Mr. Clark. And before we go into any comments from council, we're just going to do a quick round of introductions, and I'm going to start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Morning, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2, Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor, and Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Ward 7, Councillor.
Good morning, Kim Gillen, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you.
Adrian Clark, Planner.
Producing themselves. He's got a hearing, he's got a
That's
hearing
okay.
infection.
That's all
Can't
right.
hear a thing. Rob Nanigan and my lovely wife Doris.
Welcome again to Clearwater County Council Chambers. After Mr. Clark's information that he's presented to council, does any council members have any questions, or is there any discussion on this agenda item? If not, we'd be looking for a motion. Councillor McCauley.
I'll make the motion that council considers granting first reading to bylaw 25065 for application number 41/25 to amend the land use bylaw and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay. I see no discussion, no questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
We'll be moving on to item 4.3 on our agenda, page 51. Okay, so we're on item 4.3, which is the first reading of bylaw number 25-066 for the application number 3925. Yeah, and bylaw number 25067 for application number 4025 to amend the land use bylaw. Before we begin, we'll just do a quick round of introductions, and again, I'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, welcome to Council Chambers. My name's Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor, and Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Ward 7, Councillor.
Good morning, Kim Gillen, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you.
Murray Jans and wife Bev.
Welcome to council chambers. And at this time, I'll pass the floor over to administration to present the background information on this item.
Good morning, council. Thank you. So Murray and Bev Jans currently hold title to the Northeast 3234-4, containing approximately 155.75 acres. The subject property is located approximately 20 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Caroline, 1.5 miles north of Highway 587. The landowners have made application to redesignate 9.5 acres from the agriculture district to the recreation minor district, and 7 acres from the agriculture district to the country residential agriculture district. Pending the successful adoption of the land use amendment and draft outline plan, the landowners will proceed with an application for subdivision to create separate title to one RMI parcel and as a small recreational subdivision, and one CRA parcel as a traditional residential subdivision. The resolution to adopt the outline plan will be considered after the public hearing is held for bylaw number 25066 and 25067, but prior to the consideration of second and third readings. The applicants have also owned the existing parcel out south of the proposed parcels, known as Plan 111-1242, Block 1, Lot 1, being a 6.99 acre CRA parcel. This parcel was taken out in 2011 as the first residential parcel from the southeast 3234-4, with a consolidation of a portion of the northeast 3234-4, given that the farm site straddled the quarter boundary. In November of 2019, the landowners received approval to operate a wedding and event venue, Diamond in the Rough, on the residential parcel in conjunction with the use of the northeast 3234-4 to accommodate parking and overnight camping for the events. The approval allowed for up to 30 camping units to stay overnight. The northeast 3234-4 has a parcel created when the county, formerly the Improvement District, installed a speed corner in 1979 in the northeast corner of the quarter section, creating a fragmented portion of land from the remainder of the quarter section. And so that parcel was created the year following in 1980, just for reference. Therefore, the northeast 3234-4 does not qualify for an additional title out of the quarter section without the requirement for a land use amendment. The landowners require an outline plan to proceed with the proposed LUAs and subdivisions, as the proposed parcels would constitute the third and fourth titles out of the quarter section. The applicants are requesting the above to allow for all of their children to live on their family land. One will manage the camping and wedding venue and build a residence on the RMI parcel. One will live on the proposed CRA parcel, and their son will farm the remainder of the quarter. And surrounding land uses are mainly agricultural and some residential. So I included a variety of policies that we include when we do residential parcels, and I also included some policies related to some commercial parcels regarding campgrounds and recreational uses. So access to county-maintained roadways and highways, and water and buffers and things of that nature. What else do I want to mention here? So, and then just for the land use bylaw, so the proposed parcel size with a developed site for the residential parcel being 7 acres, and then the recreation minor district. The purpose of this district is to accommodate a combination of tourist-related recreation activities and small-scale fixed-roof resort accommodations, and campground minor is listed as a use. So policy considerations, the proposed redesignations are to allow for the creation of a 9.5 acre recreation parcel to operate the camping and parking portion of the wedding and event venue, and a developed 7 acre residential parcel in the southeast portion of the subject lands. Legal and physical access exists from the proposed residential parcel and the balance of the quarter section off Range Road 4-4. A joint access with the existing residential parcel will be required to be constructed for the recreation parcel, also off of Range Road 4-4. The LSRS, or the land suitability rating, for this property identifies this quarter as medium to low quality farmland. The parcels have been proposed on the portion of the quarter where there is already a residence and stands of trees on the uncultivated portion of the property and adjacent to the existing residential parcel per MDP policy 10.2.10. MDP Policy 6.2.8C indicates a multi-lot residential subdivision may be approved if certain criteria is met, including that the proposed subdivision is not within 0.8 kilometers of a gravel resource extraction area or a known gravel resource area. The proposed residential parcel is within a known resource area per the attached map with an existing pit in the south portion of the southeast quarter section. However, the proposed residential parcel is an existing developed site. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcels will continue to be used for residential and recreational purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivisions be approved, the parcels would be considered the third and fourth title out of the quarter section, and therefore the applicants have prepared a brief outline plan per MDP policy 10.2.7 for the subdivision of additional parcels from the quarter section. And I just included the process part at the bottom of this with the consideration of an outline plan, just kind of the process that we would need to follow for the adoption of the bylaws and that outline plan. And then the recommendations, there's a few listed there, so that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25066 and proceed to a public hearing. That one's regarding the recreation facility parcel, and that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25067 and proceed to a public hearing. That one's for the CRA parcel, and that council review the draft outline plan for the Northeast 3234-4 and identify any additional information needed prior to consideration of second and third readings. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gillen. I'd be looking to council if there's any comments or discussion on this agenda item. I do have a question for the applicant. If the wedding venue, is it still operational? Yes. Okay. Are there any other, Councillor Powell?
Maybe Ms. Gillum can explain to me, where exactly is the gravel pit from the wedding?
Jenna, do you want to go to the
Can't see it on
another
Yeah.
picture? Here, let me.
Is it in the south quarter there, below the wedding venue?
Yeah.
itself.
Maybe on, like if you pull up the gray one, the surrounding lands one, I can kind of point to where it is. Yeah, so.
Of the south quarter from the wedding venue?
The blue,
Thank you.
yeah, so the blue square is like the quarter that's, and then the quarter to the south, it's in the south portion of it down there, yeah.
The southeast corner of that.
Yeah.
South corner.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Ledwin.
Back to the picture there, the yellow lines, is that an existing acreage there for your menu? Where it cuts the quarters of the half section in half there? If we can go back, up. Maybe down, I don't know.
There is one up too, yeah.
One direction or the other, yeah.
One more, this one,
There
I
we
think is
go.
what you're.
Yeah, the yellow lines versus the red lines. So the red lines are the proposed acreages, correct? And the yellow lines are,
They're existing.
it's already an acreage there, and it's splitting the half section.
So when mom and dad built, they weren't looking far into the future, and they built the farm buildings and the house on both quarters.
Okay.
The driveway was the quarter line.
So that's tied
So
together.
then we had to do a quarter line adjustment, bringing it into the south quarter.
Right,
To do an acreage there when we bought it from mom and dad.
okay,
Because the plan was, then we weren't able to buy the second quarter, so we did
Got it.
that to maintain it.
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other? Councillor McKay.
Sorry, I'm trying to
That's okay.
word this properly, I guess. With the allowance of, okay, this is more for administration, with the allowance of a campground designation, does that allow for camping at any time for a business, or is that only in addition to a wedding? Or only to be camping when there's a wedding?
Yeah, so their existing permit allows them to have people there when there's a wedding. So that the permit's very specific that they're only allowed to stay, I believe it's for no more than 4 days in a row. And it's related to like if they're having a wedding or event. So that's what their current approval is. They could propose to possibly have it more often, but they would have to get a new permit to have more hours there, and it's a discretionary use, so it would kind of be up to MPC to determine if they felt that was appropriate or not. But their current approvals are just related to the wedding venue, and I believe they intend to keep it that way.
We don't want anything more than that. It's just more something for the people, but our main thing with the wedding venue when we're starting, we do rent our home out with it as well. And then the camping, and we have a shuttle so that we have minimal driving. It's a safety thing, is what was our goal initially. So they aren't camping per se, there's no sites, it's just an open grassy area that people can come and stay.
There's no services.
No services.
Okay.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor McKay?
Yeah. No.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we do have a few motions that would be required to proceed to first reading and a public hearing. Councillor McCulley, go ahead, please.
Do you have to go through all these one at a time?
Yes, please.
Council considers, I make the motion that council considers granting first reading to bylaw number 25/066 and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Councillor McCulley. Is everybody clear on the motion? If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Looking for a second motion. Councillor Powell.
I can make that motion that council considers granting first reading to bylaw number 25/067 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Powell. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion is passed. And one final motion for this agenda item. Councillor Humphrey.
Make a motion that council review the draft outline plan for the Northeast 3234 west of the 5th and identify any additional information needed prior to consideration of a second and third readings.
Thank you very much for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. Any discussion on the motion?
Sorry to interrupt. I don't know that you need a specific motion for that item. It's just like if there's any information that you're hoping to glean before the public hearing, that's more it's there. It's just for you to consider, and if there's any information you would like. I don't know that you need a motion for it unless there is more information that you would request. Yes, yeah.
And if we'd like to make amendments or have
Yeah, more
further
information.
discussion.
But if otherwise, then I don't know that a motion is needed other than if you want more information. Otherwise, you just can proceed with the public hearing.
Okay, then maybe at this time, if Councillor Humphrey would like, he could withdraw that motion at this time.
Okay.
Unless there's anything else you would like for me to gain for information.
Okay,
I'll withdraw that motion.
okay, thank you.
But
Go ahead, Councillor Humphrey.
there is more information on this, on that piece of, just for clarification, the first parcel out on that northeast quarter is the one that the road takes off. What is it, 0.8 of a?
Yeah, 0.7, I think.
0.7 of an acre. And then, so the existing residents that they have, the yellow lines, that one, because of the property line adjustment, means that one there became the first parcel off of the southeast quarter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just for clarification for everybody, because it is a lot.
It is, yeah. This
This
is a very unique.
That's why you put it last, because it's
agenda
a little
item, yeah.
bit more complicated.
Okay, well, that'll conclude this agenda item.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question of administration?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
I just have a question that doesn't affect you guys at all, it's just for administration. Would it be typical to see a request for two parcels at the same time? Is that something that we would generally see, just out of curiosity?
It's not super common, but it's happened before. Like, and I mean, if somebody came in multi-lot, there could be 10 or 15 parcels at the same time. It just kind of depends on what people are proposing.
But this isn't multi-lot though.
I mean, they're kind of making like a mini one, it's like the RF is in the middle, but,
Okay.
yeah.
And I'm just trying to reference
It's not super common, but in this case,
some sort of
yeah.
precedent, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It is not overly common on my time sitting on council. It hasn't been common, but we'll have the opportunity to go to proceed to a public hearing and second and third readings and make amendments if chosen, but not really. So we'll conclude that item and maybe we'll just take we do have a delegation at 9:45, but we'll take a short 5-minute break and we'll be back at 9:45. Thank you. Welcome back from our short break. We'll move on to item 5.1 in our agenda. It's a delegation from West Country Family Services Association on page 86 of our agenda. And we'll start with a round of introductions, as we did just have a municipal election, and we do have some new faces at the council table. So I'll start with Ward 1 Councillor, please.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Letman, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning. Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Community Services Supervisor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Marina. Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning. Bettina Van Newkirk, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
And my name is Marina Kulich. I'm the Executive Director for West Country Family Service Association.
Thank you for coming to Council Chambers, and at this time I'll pass the floor over to administration to...
Alrighty. As mentioned, we've got the delegation for the West Country Family Services Association here with us today. Marina Kulich is the Executive Director with West Country Family Services, and she will present about the association's programming and the positive impact they have for Clearwater County residents. The purpose of the presentation is to introduce the West Central Family Services Association to Council and share an update from 2024 to 2025 data, and emphasize areas where continued advocacy is needed to overcome persistent barriers. The WCFSA was incorporated on January 18th, 1980, and has grown to provide several essential programs fulfilling the vision to see every senior in our community be supported to live safely with grace and dignity in the home of their choosing. And I'll pass it back over to Marina.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, Reeve Council and Administration. It is my pleasure to join you this morning. As mentioned, this presentation is for information, just so I can kind of talk and present or introduce some of the programming that we have under the umbrella of West Country Family Service Association. As mentioned, we have been in the running for about 45 years. Some of our programming includes home care, personal services, light housekeeping and social services or supports, lifeline, grocery and meals on wheels delivery, day program for seniors, transportation, our seasonal Adopt a Senior program, which is running right now, and we have introduced a new program in 2025 that assists seniors with online applications such as senior benefits. In terms of our operational funding, I wanted to provide a breakdown of how even individual programs are funded and how they all come together in support of that safe aging in place. The orange or yellow tile community access transportation is focused on a little bit more than the other programs because it does receive support from Clearwater County in terms of an existing grant. And other services are funded through multitudes of different approaches as outlined. In terms of our program impact, I'll just spark on a few data, and obviously if there's any questions, feel free to interrupt me in the presentation, or questions at the end are just as acceptable. In terms of that community access transportation program, we did complete over 1,000 trips last year. Over 120,000 kilometers were traveled, and almost 4,000 hours put in by our volunteer drivers. So it is a volunteer delivered program. We have currently 11 volunteer drivers who deliver these services, and we have 3 fleet units that travel anywhere in kind of between the cities, I should say. So Calgary to Edmonton, Red Deer, and anywhere in between in terms of medically necessary rides, not emergent, and then social supports and essential rides. In terms of our other programs, we do have housekeeping. So on an average, we deliver 70, or we provide services to 77 clients a month. Also, lots of kilometers are covered because we do deliver those services within Clearwater County as well. And we have just about 3,300 hours put in by our field staff. Grocery delivery happens a couple of times a week, so that's a program we have in partnership with local co-op. So if people, for whatever reason, aren't able to pick up and shop for themselves, we do deliver them at no cost from us to the doorstep. Home care services is part of the Assisted Living Alberta contract. On an average per month, we see about 167 clients. And again, a lot of kilometers are traveled just because we do go over Clearwater County, Rocky Mountain House, as well as Eckville. And then the hours that are put in by our staff are outlined as well, close to 53,000 hours. Meals on Wheels program is something that we have revitalized in 2025. So the data here is from the year prior. We have delivered 746 hot lunches, but we saw that there is an improvement needed based on feedback and just knowing that there's a need in the community. So this May, we have revitalized to provide subsidized rates and has been a great success. Essentially, we have gone from about 120 meals a month delivery to 350. So there's a lot more interest now, and it was financially motivated. And we do actually have a new provider as well that has been a really great partnership for that quality of food, as well as the subsidized rate has really made a big difference for our constituents. Lifeline, in terms of fall prevention, there's data there that is specific to our area and West Country specifically, in terms of how many total buttons were pressed and how many times EMS was needed or not needed and what type of medical support was needed at the time. Adopt a Senior program, as mentioned, is running right now. Last year, we were able to support 60 individual clients through a surprise holiday hamper that was essentially comprised of essential items as well as little nice to haves. Because our staff regularly go into these homes, they kind of know what the needs are, so it's not by application. We sort of choose and it's a surprise. And we then can customize those bags with personalized items as well, because we get to know our clients well. Adult Day Support Program is another umbrella program with Assisted Living Alberta. Assisted Living. We do run that every Thursday in Rocky Mountain House for about 6 hours, and we do have a maximum of clients with 2 healthcare aides who deliver that program. So it's kind of like a respite program with activities that are for the clients who are signed up. In terms of our overall programming impact for 2024, we were able to, on average, deliver over 11,000 services and support 296 individual clients each month. Going back to transportation, just wanted to point out some Clearwater County specific information. In 2024, we completed 173 rides of the 1,096 from pickup in Clearwater County. So those are specific to the constituents of the county. 56 individual Clearwater County clients were assisted of the 169 overall individuals served. Over 35,000 kilometers were traveled and over 760 hours were served, again specific to Clearwater County clients. We had 20 or 11.5% of the 173 trips requiring accessible vehicles. So it is still a need to have that wheelchair accessible units present. And then there was an additional document provided with more of a breakdown in terms of statistics for last year.
We have a question from Councillor Humphrey this time.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. I'll be Councillor McKay.
Councillor McKay, sorry, my mistake, my apologies.
Sorry, before we get too far, I just wanted to touch on something you said on the Meals on Wheels program.
Yeah.
Did you say that it increased from 120 roughly to 360 per month?
Correct.
And is that all seniors?
It is it's not guaranteed. Essentially, it's anyone who is in need. If they are in a position, for example, if they've had an operation and they are no longer able to for some time to be able to provide meals for themselves, they would qualify. We do kind of stick with our priorities being seniors, and then income-based, and then anyone in need. So it is kind of an open program, but with the priority of seniors and vulnerable population.
That's just, it's a very alarming statistic, that 200 and some % increase.
A lot of that is driving the subsidized rate, so people who were in need weren't able to handle the crisis before. They had to make tough choices in terms of what programs they would be able to, partake in, just because of other bills and things they might have.
This is more heavily subsidized, this program is
Correct.
now than it was before, okay.
So just to provide maybe more information in terms of that subsidy, before we were delivering it at cost, we were paying for $9 for each meal and delivering it for $9. Now we pay $15, so it is a more intentional program with different components and nutritional values. And we deliver it in two ways in terms of that subsidy. If you qualify, I believe it's 0 to 40,000 a year, it's $5 a meal, and between 40 and above, it'll be $10. So there is two different subsidies available, and that interest has spiked quite a bit because of that.
And are you working with any other groups on that, or is that just your program that's delivering these services?
It's our program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
You can do the next slide. Focusing on that transportation program as well, or continuing with it, expanding transportation staffing. So we have seen a continued need for transportation in our area, and sustained numbers have shown us that we needed a dedicated administrative assistant that would navigate the program on behalf of the clients and matching them with the volunteers. We're able to put that in, that piece in this summer and have a dedicated full-time administrative assistant who essentially matches the clients and volunteer drivers and does the scheduling bit. Growing rural demand, so we do have growth. We have seen quite an increase in Clearwater County from 38 individual clients to 56 residents who are benefiting from the program that exists in the area. Program expenses, of course, have arisen not just with a dedicated administrative assistant, but because the rides do continue to stay steady and climb. And of course, units need to be maintained. We did purchase a brand new unit that we have saved up for, so we were able to handle that capital cost ourselves. And it has been replacing an older unit. So we stay with a 3-fleet unit currently. Pursuing long-term sustainability, so we're just seeing that we are needing long-term operational stability in terms of having that support through available grants. We have applied for a dedicated transportation grant through Healthy Aging Alberta, so we'll see if that we will be successful applicants in 2026. We do receive support from them right now, but they did revitalize the grant program to have a dedicated transportation grant. And finally, strengthening partnerships and advocacy. So we will continue to work with our community partners and stakeholders to build safe and connected communities that support aging, safe aging in place, and that is with Clearwater County in mind. And there's a big thank you at the end for being a partner in our delivery of the programs that we have and assisting us in that safe aging in place goal and vision for constituents of Clearwater County as well as Rocky Mountain House and Eckville. Our services obviously support that safe aging piece and is a wraparound umbrella of programming that has been a privilege for our staff as well as volunteers to deliver. We are very fortunate to live in a beautiful area and region that we get to call home. And it's our way of saying thank you to our seniors who make up our parents, grandparents, and family members to be able to stay close to us and support it through that aging piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any comments or discussion from council? I do have a question. Just to go back to the lifeline and the fall prevention. I was just wondering reliability on these devices. And do they operate on cellular data, or do they need a fiber connection, or how do these devices work and the reliability on them?
Yes. Lifeline has gone through a revitalization last year into this year in terms of the towers that they work off of with Rogers. So they've gone from 3G to 4G, I believe. So we have had to revamp the services or the actual units, the equipment. And that's essentially, there's an option for a landline or then you work off of a tower. And it's all existing right now, if that answers your question.
So they would work off cellular data right now. So if you were out in the yard or it just, it's a device that's you
Yes.
carry on your person and you, wherever you are, whether you're in the yard, the shop, the house?
There's different options actually, so they can be more closer to home, something that is non-travel related, or you can have a traveling button. So there is actual different programs and options depending on what the specific need of the client is.
Okay. I guess one last, reliability, are they, have you ever had any scenarios or situations where you've had a resident or a citizen need that lifeline, but it didn't work? Or,
With technology, there's always going to be that technical aspect that it might fail. We don't have any specific data with that. They are linked to a call center, so if there's any faulty technical issues that are happening, it actually alerts us, and we have extra equipment on hand to do quick switch. It also might generate a safety call, just to make sure that everything is okay. So there are safety processes in place in terms of supporting any tech issues. And we do have that with Lifeline, so it's not our call center. Essentially, we facilitate the equipment. Our staff go in and do the intake and new client package, and then we go in if there's any technical issues. So there's always someone who is a familiar face locally available, and then the call center is someone in terms of an actual need or scenario. They step in and then call in either emergency contacts or emergency services.
okay, thank you very much. Yeah. And I'm gonna move over to Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, I'm just looking here at the Community Access Transportation Program 2024 statistics data. And the first line is Clearwater County, number of trips is 173. Initial individuals or clients served 29, et cetera, for 35,579 kilometers to the Calgary airport.
Yeah.
Or am I reading this wrong?
So all of these destinations comprise of these trips, not just that one.
Oh, I see. But it was just one line, so I just saw the Calgary airport, so I didn't know how many people were flying around for what reasons.
We did not complete 173 trips to the airport, thank you.
Thank you.
It's an important distinction, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Very good. Are there any further discussion? If not, we'd be looking for a motion to accept the presentation as information.
I'll make that motion to accept the presentation for information. Thank you very much for your time.
Likewise, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McKay makes the motion to accept the presentation as information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. We are a few minutes ahead of schedule here, so we will take, you know what, we'll just take a short break. We'll just take a short break. Welcome back from our short break. We're going to move on to item 5.2 on our agenda. On page 100, we have a delegation today from Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services. And I'd like to welcome Andrea to council chambers, and we'll just start with a quick round of introductions, and I'll start with Councillor from Ward 1.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Councillor Ward 1.
Good morning, Hazelnut 1, Ward 2.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3, and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Andrea. Welcome to council chambers. Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor Ward 5.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor Ward 7.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Community Services Supervisor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Bettina Van Nieuwkerk, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Morning, Reeve and Council. Thank you for having me today. So I'm here to just present the last year in Clearwater Regional FCSS. I've been the manager here for about 10 years, and then 2 years I was a coordinator in Slave Lake in FCSS. So happy to present our program to you. So this is our past practicum student from Red Deer Polytechnic. We now have a new one named Caitlin, but that's Taylor. This is what the entrance to our office looks like. So anyone who comes in looking for help, you can see all the resources there at the front counter. So we aim to help people, so if anybody needs to be connected to services or programs, just send them our way. And this is Lindsay and I, when she first started doing Guys Unleashed. You can see our table. We try to go to as many resource fairs as we can. So I should probably explain what is FCSS. So it's Family and Community Support Services. It's only found in the province of Alberta, and it's different in every community, which makes it a little bit hard to understand what it is. But basically, we're preventative social services. We're an 80-20 funding split with the province, so it's a great use of dollars for the municipality. So the municipality contributes 20, and the province contributes 80. Totaling 100, and in our case, it's a regional program, so Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House partner together to serve the entire area. And now that Caroline has amalgamated into the county, but they used to be on their own, of course. So what we do is we try to develop independence and strengthen coping skills and help people to become more resistant to crisis. We focus on those interpersonal skills, group skills, and enhancing relationships between people in a positive way. Also, we help people take responsibility for the decisions in their life that affect them and their families. And of course, we provide supports that help people be active participants in community. So it's just a long-winded way to say that we help people. We try to get them out in community, engaged through volunteerism, through increasing those skill sets so that they can be healthy individuals. We definitely help people to adapt healthy lifestyles, improving their quality of life, and building their capacity to prevent crisis and deal with it in a better way. This is Deanna. We just had her on board in February 2025. So she focuses on seniors and outreach in the county. So far, they've been running a new program every week in Caroline. And also, we just got connected with Condor. So slowly, we're trying to get out to serve the county more because, of course, they come to town for services, but sometimes we need to go to people because transportation is definitely a barrier in our area. So happy to have Deanna on board. This is them behind me, I should probably say. This is Lindsay, the FCSS program and volunteer coordinator. There's Deanna, the seniors outreach coordinator, and Caitlin around the corner, our new practicum student from Red Deer Polytechnic. So we provide information referrals. So basically people can come into our office and say, I need a parenting course, I need housing, I need addiction supports, and we can connect them out from there. This was the missing ingredient. This was actually spearheaded by the Rocky Learning Center. We partnered with them on this to provide support. They received a grant from Family and Community Support Services through the board. And I just put it in the slideshow. I didn't make this clear during the Rocky Mountain House town presentation, but they spearheaded this. This was their program. We just provided support along with other agencies. So it was called The Missing Ingredient. They organized it. You can see all the dates there. It was a huge success. People got to cook together, sit and eat together, take in resources and learn various skills to enhance their lives. So a lot of people reported it was their first time out since COVID, believe it or not. So a lot of folks needed that socialization. And then of course they learned about the agencies, and then they were able to learn about different skills that the Rocky Learning Center equips people with. So that was something we're really proud to be a part of, and our partnership with the Rocky Learning Center means a great deal to us. We've done some really great programs with them this year. So here they are, live in action. Lindsay's eating there. There's the team. There was a chef. So people were connected to resources. Like I said, we collaborated with other agencies and people learned different skills. And there's Lindsay with her volunteer bag she put together to appreciate volunteers in the area during National Volunteer Week. That's in April every year. So that's a part of her job. So she does work with people to try to give them placements, although it's turned really to an online format nowadays. So we really don't need to do as much connecting. It's just here's the website. They have their own application form. We do get a lot of folks looking for community service hours. And unfortunately, a lot of places work with vulnerable people, so they need a clean criminal record check. So that can be a tough thing for people to get those hours. And then she runs the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program where low-income earners can get their taxes done for free. And I just wanted to let you guys know a little bit of data about volunteerism right now because it's really declined. 8% decline in volunteerism between 2018 and 2023. The hours dropped by 18% from 5 billion to 4.1 billion in Alberta, and this is from Volunteer Alberta. And the highly engaged volunteers that make up the 10% of the volunteer base, they contribute the most hours. They did remain engaged. So I think we could all understand that a lot of people, there's the few people that do the most, right? It's always the same people volunteering. So that's kind of how volunteerism is looking like nowadays. So we're struggling to get volunteers in the area. Here's our tax programs. We did over 300 returns this year. We do them all year long, but we really focus on the spring when it's tax season, but some people don't get them in. And then unfortunately, it affects the assessments for their benefits. So they'll see that usually in July. But it does decrease poverty and increases money directly back into our community to keep people on those benefits, getting GST return, climate incentives when they were around, those kind of things. So we provide that along with a lot of FCSS programs around the province. This was Deanna's first program that she coordinated called Companion Gardening at the community garden there by Pudgy's. This is the poster, her planting at the start of the year. We rented a garden bed. Oops. And you can see everything grew and we've got the signage there. It was important to get adults out, gardening together, moving together, and then she would, of course, give them resources and information every time. So it was a weekly program. There's Harvest. I love that picture of her. So Seniors Week is another thing we do every year in June. And last year was amazing. There was events all week long. I don't know if you guys were able to make it to the country fair. That was spearheaded by Westview Lodge, but there must have been between 300 and 400 people in attendance. We gave out 75 bags and they went really fast. So there was activities all week. The Rocky Cinemas did a movie. The Caroline Seniors Drop-In Center did a resource fair. We did an ice cream social at the Pioneer Center and of course the country fair. So these are pictures from the Pioneer Center. There we are at the Caroline Fair, Deanna and I. And the ice cream, I love this one top left where she's looking at the ice cream, not the camera. It was a hit for seniors, so I think we'll do that again next year. Cow Lake Store provided the ice cream. And just some more pictures here. People really enjoyed it. It was a nice day. It's important just to get people out. And hey, this is the Pioneer Center. These are the activities you can engage in, floor curling, cards and whatnot, and get them there. Deanna actually made this sign, and we had this at the country fair so people could do a photo of themselves. And so there's Barbara on the right, our board member, with myself, and then a couple. So again, Westview Lodge put this together. There was so many things going on. Farmers market, live music, pie eating contest. That was really fun to watch. Games and a free barbecue. They had to go several times to get more food for it. It was so busy. And here's Deanna putting together the bag. So we put in helpful items for seniors plus swag from FCSS. Here's our major program we do every summer called Girls and Guys Unleashed. They each get their own day because they're determined to be separate. So we honor that in the youth. But basically we provide different sessions, different facilitators come in. It's out at the Twin Lakes Campground. Alberta Parks works with us. Clint there provides Indigenous knowledge, teachings, and traditional ways. And then the Rocky Canoe Club there with Ange and Tracy. So there's healthy adult role modeling because the youth are all put into a group with 1 or 2 adults and they go through these stations. So through the day, there's mental health prompts. So they're talking about these things, healthy choices, different things like that. And they work as a team and they really get to know each other. So at the start of the day, everyone's awkward and nervous. By end of day, they've made some new friends and they know more resources in the community. So it's a hugely successful program since before I started, and then we added the second day with the girls. And here they are, there's a final race at the end of the day. The parents have started coming early to watch it actually. So they built boats this year. You can see them in our shirts there. And they raced to the end and then you could see which one won. There's Lindsay in a poncho because unfortunately the boys' day was raining a little bit. But there we are just out there. And we had a huge inflatable, which was a hit, although it was a little loud. It was 75 feet long. There they are learning fire making and outdoor orientation with Alberta Parks. They've been a great partner on this event with us every year. Here's the race I was talking about. So a lot of duct tape, pool noodles, and different things to resemble the traditional bull boat, it was called, B-U-L-L boat. So Clint taught them about that. And unfortunately it sank, but they still made it to the end off the dock there. If you've been out there fishing, that's where that is. Again, with the fire making, those are the 3 styles of boats that they made. Each team did one. There's the guys pretty pumped. There's always more energy on the guys' day. So we start with the girls' day, ease into it, and then it's the guys' day. So we get a lot of volunteers in the community to help with this as well. Healthy adult role models, their criminal record checked, and then they come for the day and connect with the youth. This is Mary Lee, who rents an office from FCSS. And actually, she received a grant this year to do, excuse me, drop-in counseling because we had so many people coming through the FCSS office needing mental health counseling and supports that we needed that live. Like they couldn't wait, 2 weeks or a month for a session. They needed it now. So she does short-term counseling to different individuals from unhoused, addicted, different families. Doesn't matter who, if you're in crisis, she can help. And that prevents further crisis down the line when people get those supports when they need them. So here's who we funded, because we do direct programming, which is what I was just showing you guys, either alone or with other agencies. And then we also give out most of our budget actually to nonprofits in the area. So for 4 elements, the Asoquin Friendship Center got funding, Burden Bearers, like I said, for drop-in counseling, Caroline Meals on Wheels, the Caroline Play School Society for their hub kids out of school care, the Confluence Heritage Society for Fur Trade Christmas, that was just last weekend if anybody went. The Rocky Learning Center, again, for the missing ingredient. West Country Family Service Association, who supports seniors in the area. Lifeline and Home Support. Westview Lodge got funding for the country fair, some of it. The Wild Rose School Division for their family wellness program. So those are the helpers that are in school assisting families and students. And then Youth HQ out of Red Deer that manages the Clearwater Boys and Girls Club. So quite the list. So all of those groups receive funding from Clearwater Regional FCSS. The board decides who gets funding and who doesn't. Lindsay has been focusing on youth because that was identified in our strat plan by the board as an area that needs attention. So she's been working with the Rocky Skate Park Committee to provide a bi-weekly now program to youth that frequent the skate park. So they're outside in the winter and then inside in the summer. And they've had tons of different presentations. Like here we are with the CPOs, the RCMP, and they have very real conversations. Lindsay's provided amazing healthy adult role modeling along with Sarah Fody to the youth. And they come from a variety of backgrounds and they band together and just help each other out. And the bridge, this is what is running now in Caroline every second Friday at the Caroline Library along with the Rocky Learning Center, where we can come to the people and help with forms and resources. And the Rocky Learning Center can provide their plethora of programs and services there as well. And everyone learns and they basically meet people where they're at and connect them to what they need. So that's been a really successful program for FCSS and the Rocky Learning Center and the library. So we've been having people steady there. And then every alternate Friday in Caroline is the mini missing ingredient. It's a spin-off of the missing ingredient that I was explaining earlier that happened at the food bank. This one, they get a bag to take home and make a healthy meal, and they also get resources and information. So Deanna and Lindsay are going out every second Friday to Caroline again to do this one. They spend time together, they learn with each other, and we are able to collaborate as agencies to get the folks what they need through group education and information referral. So Deanna's jumped onto the digital literacy program that the Rocky Learning Center offers at the Westview Lodge, and she's been going just to provide that FCSS presence of information referral and help, along with them receiving the Learning Center support of the digital support, learning computer skills, cell phones, etc., to the seniors in the lodge that can't necessarily get out, so they still receive that information. Deanna ran a successful 9-week wisdom and wellness series, and there's Lindsay sporting her feet for the group foot care education. And they met every Wednesday, and there was a different topic every week. So the first one was the Rocky Primary Care Network, which most people don't seem to know about, same with FCSS, but they provide a lot of great programs in the community. So they did one session on their programs, another one on foot care group education. We had a nutritionist come in. There was elder abuse awareness, navigating grief, advanced care planning with a lawyer, where they could talk about power of attorney and whatnot, caregiving, and then it ended in a creative art project with Nick, by Paint Night by Nick. So that was really cool to see their creations. And then we just recently ran, you might have seen it on Facebook, psychological first aid, one session for youth and another one for adults. So it's kind of becoming a basic skill along with first aid, but it's based on psychology. So learning what to do when people are in crisis, how to handle it in that moment. If a friend or family member, colleague or neighbor needs that help, how do you respond to that so that you can help them get through that until they get connected to someone else, to a professional. So that went over really well in our community. And then there's Caitlin, our current practicum student. So they come and they learn about FCSS, they become a new advocate. They learned how to work with our clients, and we see people from all walks of life, as like I mentioned before, so it's a great learning experience for them. And then she attends programs with Lindsay and Deanna as well to provide help. So thank you so much, that's it. I hope I didn't go too fast. That's myself, Lindsay and Deanna. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, are there any comments or discussion from council? If not, we'd be looking for a motion. Councillor McCauley.
Make the motion that council receives the delegation from the Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services presentation as information.
Okay, thank you for the motion, Councillor McCauley. If there's no further questions or discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the information.
Questions. Appreciate your time, everybody.
Now, we do have another delegation at 10:40. Just to move on in our agenda, I think we could have time for section 8, which is correspondence. And just wondering if any council members have any questions regarding the correspondence. It's on section 8 of our agenda. Page 219, we have a letter from the RCMP and Public Research. And we also have a letter from the Parkland Regional Library System. If there's any discussion required or any questions, if not, we could accept the correspondence as information. Councillor Powell.
That motion to accept the correspondence as information.
Okay, thank you very much for the information, or for the motion, my apologies. We have a motion on the floor to accept section 8 of our agenda under correspondence as information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. And we have our delegation here in front of us. We're a little bit ahead of schedule again. So we'll move over to item 5.3 in our agenda. We have a delegation for the Leslieville Cemetery on page 111. And we'll start with just a quick round of introductions. And again, I'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning. My name's Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor and Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor Ward 7.
Good. Oh, no, it's okay, you go ahead. Okay. Whitney Wedman, Heritage and Culture Programs Coordinator for Clearwater County.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, welcome, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Bettina Van Newkirk, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Good morning. This is Vic Smith on my left. I'm Bob Menzies. We come here this morning to discuss the Leslieville Cemetery and the expansion of it. Regarding the motion that was made on October 14th on the, about taking to the Strategic Council. Reason we have come, I've had quite a few discussions with the people of Leslieville community regarding splitting the cemetery. And that was the motion, was to take it before the Strategic Council to consider splitting it onto the quarter you just bought out by the lagoon. We're thinking that it's a bit of a waste of time taking it before that council if that isn't what the community wants and we could show that cost-wise it wouldn't be efficient. So I've got a few notes here I'd like to go through and get your opinion on it and how you feel about it. Okay, I'm going to read my notes. That's the simplest way. I'm not a real good public speaker, so I'm going to read my notes. I hope there's no duplication. We come before you today, we're representing the Leslieville Cemetery Board and the people of the Leslieville community. We question the wisdom of the prior council regarding the possible placement of the cemetery on the county's recently purchased quarter where the lagoon is located. We'd like to request that a discussion with the Cemetery Board be held so we can explain why the community and Cemetery Board desire to keep the community as one before taking the matter to the strategic planning meeting. Today, we'd like to share 3 points to consider. The first point is cost. Doing an expansion of the quarter of land available for purchase to the east of the present cemetery would be $294,500. This includes the cost of the land at $220,000, surveying at $4,500, brushing and stumping at $68,000, and the cost of grass seed for $2,000. The reason the cost of grass seed is so low is because community people will do the grass seeding, use their own equipment. Second point, what the community wants. The community wants the cemetery to be kept as one cemetery and not divided. There is some letters in your package that you should have received. I think there was 3 from community members to read. You understand maybe the reasons that they feel this way after reading their letters. A good example of that, I just got an email from Whitney this morning regarding a young girl that's passed away out in Vancouver area. She was a descendant of the Gold family. She would probably be fifth generation. And that just shows that the Leslieville Cemetery is a family-oriented cemetery, and people like to see their families all buried in that cemetery. They do not wish to see it split. Because if you split your cemetery, it's like 2 totally different cemeteries. And the third point is respect and the dignity of the families both living and buried. And if you go into your operations manual and guidelines from the Alberta provincial government, I've printed out 3 pages that are in your package. And if you look at that, there's a sheet in there telling you what paragraph to look at, and it'll give you an idea what I'm talking about. Bethel Union Church in Leslieville has been the administrators of the county of the cemetery since the beginning of the cemetery in 1915. Since 1915, there has never been any funding to the Leslieville community for that cemetery. Not when it was ID 10, MD 99, or Clearwater County. Clearwater County has provided the mowing of the grass for approximately the last 5 years. All other maintenance, including the leveling of the plots, cleaning of fallen trees, cleaning and maintenance of the buildings, which is that we have a bathroom and a visitors information building there. Removing the dried flowers and brush, snow plowing, it's all done by the community with their own equipment. The additional amount of $76,500 we requested was for removal of trees in the old part, the original part of the cemetery. There's about approximately 40 big spruce out in there that needs to come down. We've had a number fell down the last few years. Hasn't been any real damage caused by them, however, we are concerned that they're getting bad enough. Somebody walking through there in the summertime and a tree was to come down and they get killed, you got a major lawsuit on our hands. And so we'd like to get those trees out of there. We were talking 20,000 for that. Cement work we need to do, we're asking for $48,000, again, goes at the old part of the cemetery. We have 5 will be 6 rows, which we have kind of like a cement sidewalk that the headstones sit on. If we clear the original part of the south end of the cemetery, that'll give an additional 200 plots to the old cemetery. Plus we have 1 row on the side we can do yet as well. So we've come forward with this proposal so that to get it happening in the next 3 to 5 years, because we will be out of space by that time. When talking to the girls from the county a year and a half ago, they suggested I get with the program, try and get it happening, because it'll take 3 or 4 or 5 years to get this done. So that's why we're here. Also, I have a contingency fund in there for $40,000. That is to pay the extra cost that I don't have in my cost factor, because I don't know what the legal fees would be as far as when you transfer the land. There's also going to be some GST to pay. There's also going to be some overruns on the cost if we do this over a 4 or 5 year period because of cost increases. For example, our cement roads we do, 5 years ago they were costing us about $8,000 to do a row. Now it costs $20,000 to do a row. So that's how much it's increased that amount of time. The next 3 or 4 years it's probably going to increase quite a bit more with the way our inflation is going. Our 4-year plan would be this: land 2026, purchase the land, survey it, total of $224,500. 2027, take out the old trees, cost of $20,000, which we've had Ferrier give us a bid on that. Brushing and stumping on the new part that we're asking to buy, $68,000, which again I have a bid for that to be done by a contractor. Grass seeding and the fencing in 2028. 2029, we'll extend this existing cement rows for a cost of $48,000. And at 2020, we'll clean up our bills, I guess, with the $40,000 except, because we do know there'll be overruns. I'm not sure how much, but I'm sure that that'll be more than covering it. For a total of $411,000 is what we're asking for. Future funds to be required to continue operating the cemetery or to be derived from the sale of future plots as it has been done since the beginning. So there would be no more cost asked for from the county after we get this initial project done, because it's never cost the county anything. It should never cost me anything in the future once we get this expansion done. The Leslieville Cemetery is the largest cemetery in Clearwater County, with the exception of Pine Grove Cemetery in Rocky. Our area covers a populated area from Highway 11 being our south boundary, Highway 22 being our west boundary, Highway 53 being our north boundary, and Westfield Road being our east boundary. Leslieville Cemetery is the only active cemetery in this block, with 738 burials, approximately 250 sold reserve plots. We also have some burials from Stafford, Dovercourt, Rocky North area. Kind of all over the province, people that moved away, lived here originally, passed away, wish to come back and be buried in their local family cemetery. We'd like to ask the council to consider rescinding the previous motion made on October 14th that was to consider splitting the Leslieville Cemetery into 2 cemeteries, as it goes against the wishes of the Leslieville community. Based on the amount being spent on the Northern Cemetery, we think amount of $411,000 to expand and maintain this present Leslieville Cemetery is not unreasonable. And at this time, I also would like to thank Lauren and Hazen for coming out and going over what our cemetery and what we need to do. We appreciate that you did that for us. Other than that, is there any questions? I try to keep my talk as short as possible so we can answer any questions if you're missing.
No, thank you very much for the information. It looks like Councillor Humphrey does have have some questions for you.
Yeah, and thanks for having Councillor Letwin and myself out there the other day, really having that hands-on for it. And we did take the rest of the council out there when we did a tour. Well, not all of them, but most of the council went out there so that we could show them and pass on the information you had shared with us. One of the questions I was wondering if you could just clarify for us is, this 411 is based on a 4-year, spread out over the 4 years. What would the ask be for the first year, for this coming year?
First year will be 200 and... 2026, we were asking just to have the land purchased and the surveying done. So that would be 224,500.
Okay.
And just so you know, the trees, I counted the trees, and I would say between 40 and 45 trees. But I just took old, take my shoes off to do the counts.
No, that's good. And as they had mentioned, when they take those trees down too, they'll be able to, hopefully be able to salvage them and get a little money to go back towards the cemetery, as there's always expenses incurred in that. But yeah, that'd be really good. And it is, as far as when we're out there, could be looked at as a safety concern, and they are falling over and ruining the old cemetery, because there's the very old cemetery from back in 1915.
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
And then there's the second one, which is just about full now, so, yeah. Yeah, I'll quit talking and pass the floor to somebody else.
Gonna pass the floor over to Councillor Letwin.
I just wanted to clarify this one final time, but the cemetery was 1915?
1915 was when the title was registered.
Right.
I believe it actually started a little earlier than that, but it took a few years to register the title.
Okay, and you're saying that up until now, the county has never supported, it's been volunteers and it's been community members?
Well, I've been on the board since, I think, I went back and looked at my books to when the first person I can remember I buried, and I think it was 1998 that I've went on the board.
Yeah.
Fred Patterson was probably the main guy before me, and I think he started in '85 when the expansion was done for the
Right.
first expansion.
So this is
And
always
there has
been,
been no money, no county equipment from, at any time, to my knowledge, used there, and no tax dollars spent.
thank you.
And in the future, we still don't wish to be a drain on the county. We understand that the county has to be frugal with their dollars. We completely understand that. But we also, and I know you guys, you people all realize too, that you should try and do what the community wants, as long as it's not gonna cost a whole bunch more money. Right now, the way I would figure it, and there's a little costing I did there, but doing the expansion in that I give you. It's nickels and dimes difference whether you do the expansion and put it on the Luland or do our expansion. It comes out almost the same, except you're including that, if you do put it where we think you'd have to put it on that quarter land, you got a sidewalk that's gonna be probably, I don't know, 12 to 1,500 feet long. I did a calculation on doing the sidewalk based on what it costs us to do a 2-foot wide sidewalk. So I know my estimate on the sidewalk is low, because 2 feet wide isn't wide enough for too many people to walk down and meet. So I think your sidewalk price I put in there is way low, but I didn't want to exaggerate any prices to make things look better.
So if the county provides the financing for the future development, you folks will look after all the contractors and everything?
Yep, I've already talked to contractors, I get a price for something and a bid price, and they'll guarantee that price if we do it now, or whether you do it 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, or whatever. So yes, we'll look after all the legwork, and we'll continue looking after the maintenance as for the last 100 years.
No, and thank you very much for the tour. I appreciate it. Yeah.
And we do appreciate the county. Trimming the grass has really, really helped for the cemeteries, because that's the thing that has to be done on a very regular basis throughout the summer. And that's the hardest thing to get done, to get people organized to do that, because it's a fairly large area. And we do really, really appreciate that going forward.
Very good. Thank you.
Move over to Councillor McKay.
Gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for everything that you've done to this point. And I think everyone in this room really appreciates the cemetery and those that fight to keep it. I just have a real quick question about the fencing. About the fencing?
Oh, yes.
Is that gonna be enough to build a decent fence around that?
Well, I think
parcel?
because of the location and your tree on both sides, I think the main fence, only fence we need to have in there is to keep livestock out, even though there's no livestock present on that corner. There could be, because if you go back, about 40 years ago, the guy that owned the land then, his cattle get in there and did knock a bunch of tombstones over.
Yeah.
So we need to keep any livestock out of there. And yes, we would just build a 4-wire fence, and it really just has to be done on, on 3 sides.
If that's all it is, then that's plenty.
So I think it's enough. And I was thinking that we would get a community group from the community, hopefully, to put the fence up. It's something that most of us that have farm know how to put a fence post in. And you get a contractor in to do it, it takes more money again.
Oh, I'm sure we could find some people to help. I wasn't sure if it was intended to keep undesirables out or just livestock. But
Just livestock, because our Gage Cemetery is open year-round to this point. We've never had any problems, but I think its location helps dictate that.
Okay, and I do have, I may have missed it, but I was just wondering, what's the life expectancy if this extension or this new development was to take place? How many years would this be good for, roughly?
To do this expansion?
Yeah,
How long is it gonna take?
No, not how long is this gonna take, but how many years, like, what's the lifespan of the extension to the?
Well, based on the amount of plots we'll have about 1,750 plots. Based on our usage now, probably about 90 years. Based on what I think the usage will be, if you follow the history of the cemetery, it's been going up every year. So we'll have 1,740 plots, and I think you can figure on 20 plots a year over this next lifetime. It's been 10 to 11 now up to this point. The first phase of the cemetery, it averaged two burials a year. So the demand keeps going up all the time because there's more people in the area. You know, I even made a point looking at Nordiques. Nordiques usage is right now averages out about 1.5 to 2 burials a year. But then it's a much smaller area, not less populated than our areas.
Thank you very much. No, I think your plan's very appropriate. It makes sense. And to extend it to the east, in my mind, it's a very appropriate plan. But I do have a question for administration. For the process for reporting, when funds are granted to a community organization, what process is there for reporting back to Clearwater County for funding that was received by an organization? Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. So that can be council's direction. What administration would recommend is we could set up a funding agreement, should council consider this request. And it could be done more in partnership with Clearwater County. Rather than handing over a designated amount, it could be by actuals and as invoices are accrued and things like that, which is an easier and more accurate way to track expenses.
Thank you very much.
We would like to work with the county, with the ag department, because they can look up the cemeteries, and work out the process with them, so it makes sense to the administration. Because we realize the longer you can spread these funds out, probably the better it is for the county. And so we're quite willing to, work with with Dana and Whitney, whoever else is involved, to make things work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Powell.
I was just gonna say something, thank you guys for the presentation, that's great, but I was also gonna just comment on the procedure for, I see there's quite a few delegations, and I've been asked by residents, what is the level of requirement when we are giving out money? And that was a great explanation, Mr. Emmons, on what can happen. I have had some residents contact me on how will this go forward when funding things like this, so thank you.
Alrighty, is there any more discussion? I do have one more question for administration, maybe Ms. Serhan. If council was to choose to fund this project, funding, what would council use as a funding source? Or what would the options be for council?
Well, as for any project, council could use restricted surplus funds, increase tax revenues, or use debenture funding.
Okay, thank you.
Most of this work, with the exception of the brushing and the stumping, would be done through the summertime. So what I would like to suggest is, if you do fund this, that right around the 1st of March, we would come in and sit down with the ag department, look after the cemeteries, and do our budget for that summer or for that period, so that we can, everybody knows what the plan is going forward for that year. So we do it kind of a year at a time as far as the planning is what's going to get accomplished that year. That way, everybody understands what's being done, and I think it's very important that we know and they know what we're doing.
Are there any more questions or discussion? Councillor McKay.
It's more of a procedural question, I guess. Do we need to bring this back into budget deliberations this week to make a decision? Is that where we're headed with this? Or is this something where we can make a motion to fund by actuals today?
Yeah, I'm actually just sort of sketching out a motion, and just need about four more.
Reading my mind, I think.
Yeah, 4 more seconds, sorry, my apologies. So, yeah, so I'm going to propose a motion that council direct administration to create a draft funding agreement for future future council consideration.
Would you like, sorry, I don't, there it goes.
Please proceed.
Would you like an allocation of funds, like a reporting attached to that agreement as well?
Thank you for the suggested amendment. So would you be able to encompass that in the motion? Just, if I was to leave it as is, that council direct administration to create a draft funding bylaw, or I'm going to start this over again, my apologies. These are chicken scratches, I just made this up. So the council direct administration to create a draft funding agreement for future council consideration. Would you be able to bring that, like all the relevant information back to council for consideration, be it funding sources and the reporting? Ms. Serhan.
Yes, and then the funding source, depending on when it came back to a strategic plan, there could be a budget adjustment at that time. Or during budget deliberations, I mean, there will be lots of competing priorities, and if this is one of the priorities for council, it can be added during budget deliberations as a priority for the current funds that council has available. So either way, if there's no funding identified during budget deliberations, then when the agreement comes back through strategic planning, then a budget adjustment can be made.
Okay, so yeah, during budget deliberations, if we choose to fund this, we can, but this is sort of just, I think, getting ahead of the game and giving administration opportunity to create a draft funding agreement for us. So, Councillor Powell.
Just before we vote on this, for some clarification, Reeve, this would be what you're asking for all funding agreements coming forward, correct? Not just specifically this one?
No, this is specifically for this one, as
Okay.
this is this agenda item.
No, thanks, I just wanted clarification.
Yeah, so I'll add that into the motion. I'll use that as an amendment. So I'll repeat the motion one last time, that council direct administration to create a draft funding agreement for future council consideration regarding the Leslieville Cemetery funding request. Councillor Letwin.
You need a second on that?
Well, thank you. But if there's no further discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed.
So we'll work, so you want us to come in and work with Whitney and we'll to help do with the funding proposal, right?
And
okay, you have to just phone me and let me know the time and place. We're gonna meet next week. Next week? Okay, just phone, let me know the time and the place.
Okay. And I'll make one final motion just to accept the presentation as information. So I'll make the motion that we accept that council receives Leslieville Cemetery delegation presentation as information, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time, and we really appreciate the council helping us out. Thank you.
Okay. I think we are right on the, actually we're 2 minutes ahead here. We have an 11 o'clock delegation from the Ferrier Community Association. It's item 5.4 on our agenda, page 133.
Is there any need to rescind that previous motion from October 14th regarding splitting the cemetery?
I think we'll be able to deal with that at a future council meeting. Welcome to council chambers. And maybe before we start, I'll do a quick round of introductions. And we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, you guys. Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hazel Letman, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3, Ward 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, gentlemen. Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor and Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning. Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Community Services Supervisor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Bettina Van Newkirk, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
It's on. Good morning, I'm Grant Anderson. This is Brian Halliday. We're here for the Ferrier Community Association. I'd like to thank the Reeve, Northcott, and the council for giving us this opportunity to do this presentation. Just before I get started with the presentation that I sent in, is that ready to? Yes. Okay. I would like to start by saying that 9 years ago, a small group of dedicated volunteers had a vision for this new hall to replace an old hall that had been structurally failing for a number of years. They recognized that the hall is the hub of a large rural community, a place where people can meet and get to know each other, making it a safer and more connected community. This facility will benefit the whole county for the next 50 years. This was an achievable goal at the time of planning, and unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, this is no longer the case. This group just wanted to make the community a better place, and I know that aligns with the goals of the County Council. So yeah, that's the first slide. There is the picture of the hall from the outside as it currently stands. And we'll just go through and I'll highlight some of the information in each one of the slides. But so thanks. Oh, you got it? Okay. All right. So there's the inside of the hall. We're just working on the drywalling, taping, mudding. Shows the hall from the one side there. This slide shows it from the other end, so that goes up with a stairway up into the mezzanine. Up top where meetings could be held up there in storage. Down below to the left will be the kitchen, and underneath to the right will be the bathrooms and the furnace rooms and that type of thing. So as I was saying, the hall is the hub of the community. It's also a safe refuge for this area. It'll be a place for the next 50 years for gathering, interacting, social, physical, mental celebrations, creating a safer, more connected community. The Ferrier Hall currently has an outdoor skating rink, which is one of the few in the county. In addition, has a playground and a ball diamond. There are around 300 households currently in Ferrier area, and it's growing with 2 new subdivisions available for lots for sale and houses currently being built. There's many people in the Ferrier area as Alhambra, Leslieville, and Caroline combined. It's one of the larger communities in rural or residential communities in the area. This slide just again talks about the location, how it's just west of town and close to the golf course and a lot of other amenities out that way. Can definitely be used as for family reunions, weddings, other celebrations, corporate meetings. So the old hall that we had up there was fairly small. It had just the half part of the back there that was actual hall, and then the open part to the front that you could use outside. But it was well used. It was booked all the time in the summer, but it started having trouble with the foundation and started sinking. And we've tried to fix it numerous times. And by the third time, we decided that it needed to be teared down and salvaged in 2020. Some of the problems, we tried both mud and foam jacking under the floor to stabilize the foundation. And with the foundation going, it was causing twisting in the roof and rain getting in and causing mold and rot in the ceiling. There was debris and trees buried under that foundation, and the hall was getting too small for the growing community that we had out there. Some of the delays that got caused, obviously the debris that had been built on couldn't be built on again, so we had to take the time to rebuild the subgrade soil for the foundation, have it engineered. Then COVID came along, which caused major issues. Our first contractor that we'd hired was finishing a job and then had a major health issue and had to stop working. Then it took a good length of time to find a new contractor because that was a very busy time for building and then waiting for him to finishing his pending projects. Many of the other contractors and trades were also very booked at this time and still are fairly booked. Obviously supply chain issues and waiting for materials and trades from COVID was very difficult. And then the cost of constructions, materials, and trades have more than doubled. The increased costs caused lacks of funds, so we couldn't continue construction, so there was periods of time where no construction could be done. This just shows a picture of some of the debris that was underneath the old hall when they originally built it. They decided they could put some compaction under there that we wouldn't use today. So the next slide just shows about the fundraising that we've done over the years. They started in 2016, did lots of fundraisers, signed up for the casinos in Red Deer, which really helped out a lot because a lot of the big sales, bottle drives, 50/50s, as you know, we did all the fundraising, but it's hard to raise many funds that way. So the present, the cost of construction has more than doubled due to the debris and the subgrade, the building code changes, COVID, inflation, and now USA tariffs since the first estimate, which was done, was $475,000 to complete. The community halls are a place of refuge for emergencies, and therefore the new building code required a 25% stronger building. These additional costs were not anticipated in the original plans. In addition, We do not have a fire hall or other refuge in the area out by Ferrier. No planning could foresee the increased costs that came from COVID, then high inflation over the past 6 years, insurance increases, now USA tariffs causing up to 25% increases in most construction costs. Shows some of the finances there. We did get a couple CFEP grants along with the matching funds from the local residents, fundraising, material donations, and services. We got some grants from, small grants from the county and COVID relief grants over the years. And so the total cost for construction at that point was $557,000, which would have been able to complete the construction of the building, but that was not to be the end of it. So we came to the county and got a grant for $200,000, bringing us up to the total of $757,000. So the current finances shows that funds total of $757,000. So far, the project has cost $662,000, with remaining $95,000 remaining in the bank account from the funds for construction. Over the years, over 4,000 volunteer hours have gone towards the construction of the hall in these last 7 years from the community. I just listed off some of the remaining work that went into the budgeting that we still need to do. Tried to include everything that would be coming up, including the insurance and future inflation. So the estimated total from the remaining work there showing $437,000. The remaining funds that we have now, $95,000, so a total of $342,000 there. We had talked to some of the councillors, had them out to see the hall, and some of the suggestions were possible deferred items. So I tried to go through and make a list of possible deferred items, but I can go through them now, but I didn't find a whole bunch that I could see that would actually be reasonable to defer to save some money. But first of all, if you deferred the furniture and tableware, around $24,000, you would not be able to really rent a hall out that size and expect people to bring furniture and their own tableware, so that's probably not very likely. There are some wood decks out front that you go out to the side of the hall. Those could be deferred. That would be $7,000. We could defer the front pad that would be in front of the front doors and stuff, so we just have gravel coming up to the front of the hall at this point. The septic field is not in, the septic tanks are in, and so it is usable as it is to have a septic working, but the septic field obviously is the overflow, and so if you don't have the septic field, as it fills up each time, when you've got 200 and some people at a wedding, it would be $600 to pump out the tanks that are there each time. So I'm not sure if that's a viable cost either. The wood accents on the exterior, that's from the original design, just having wood beams up top there rather than just the metal siding. That could be a possibility to defer for $5,000. Painting with volunteers, it's a huge painting job, and I think we will save some money by having volunteers, and you could save probably up to $25,000. But I think with the small group of volunteers out there, it could take more than 6 months to complete the painting in there and delay any opening. Flooring and baseboards obviously could be deferred, and you'd have a cement floor. But from talking to a number of the flooring companies, they said it was not recommended, because if you did paint the floor now, obviously the paint's going to make hard to survive under floor, under tables being moved, that type of thing. It will chip and cause some problems, but also then when they go down to put new flooring, they're going to have to remove that paint and grind and have preparation with the hall open and have grinding dust all in the hall, that type of thing. But that could cost an additional $10,000 just for a few years of painted floor before we actually put in the actual flooring and baseboards. The next savings, if we do get this hall up and going, would be the insurance each year. At this time, the cost of construction insurance is $25,000 a year. And just with going 5% inflation on that $340,000 number, you get another $17,000 a year the longer it takes. So if it went up by June 2026, then those would be cost savings. Moving forward from where we're at now, a third CFEP grant was submitted in the fall, for the fall, from the proceeds from last June. And that one was declined. CFEP was saying that it was insufficient progress during the 2024-2025 construction years, as funds were not available at that time to proceed, and that they saw that we did not have a plan for a timeline for completion because of the lack of funds. So that's why it wasn't given in this last fall when we applied for it. The current funds do not include a casino that we just did this last fall, so that's approximately $20,000 to be received hopefully in January 2026. The Community Association requests a letter of support for the CFEP grant application for January 2026 of $125,000. If successful, this would not be received till approximately July 2026. We're also requesting a grant from the county for the amount of $322,000, of which the $125,000 would be repaid if successful in securing the CFEP grant. This would allow us to continue construction of the building with a possible completion date of June 2026, at which time the hall would be available for rental for this busy summer season. So.
Thanks, Grant.
Sorry, gentlemen, are you open to any questions at this time? Or would you like to finish your presentation?
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna move over to Councillor McKay.
But if your presentation is just gonna be I thought you were finished your presentation, sorry.
I was just going to add a couple of things, if that's okay, with council's permission.
Absolutely.
The idea of safe refuge, as was discussed here, the idea of that is to make the building tornado-proof, is the intention. So to do that, there were hurricane clips. Every time you put a truss to a wall, instead of the regular truss hangers that you'd put on there, we required hurricane clips. The walls themselves have large, heavy metal brackets that then are bolted to attach the walls to the floor. I think the bolts are about 3/4 of an inch, heavy stuff, to make it so that if there is a weather event, it's a place people can flee to come. But that did come with the extra cost, as Mr. Anderson has relayed to us. The only other comment I was going to make as far as the volunteers, this structure is about 50+ feet by 80+ feet. And the trusses and the walls were put up with, the trusses were built in the yard and lifted on with one contractor, and the rest was all volunteer labor. There was community involvement and community buy-in for that particular phase of construction. That is all I had to add to council. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Councillor McKay.
Thank you. As a new councillor, I have a few questions that maybe others are privy to, but I am not. And I'll try to keep these as to the point as I can, so if you keep the answers short, that'd be great. Who owns the property that the hall sits on?
I believe it's county. I believe there's a lease.
Yeah, it's leased land from the county.
Was the county consulted in the original design, like before the tear down was begun?
I can't answer that, I don't know.
I'm not sure either. I'm assuming that they were shown the plans, but.
Could administration touch on that?
I can take it.
Ms. Serhan, please.
As far as I'm aware, there was no communication with administration or council before the demolition of the hall that was there.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just have a few more questions here. Has the hall board in Ferrier approached industry for sponsorship or donations, such as the aggregate industry, which is very strong in that area, or the energy industry, or forestry, or?
Yep, that has been done and will be continued to be done. I think we have a small committee that's supposed to be working on it now, but the commercial donations line is almost $89,000 that came in from those businesses in that area, yeah.
I just assumed that was from contractors, the commercial donations.
No, that was also from others like Challand and different businesses in our community.
Okay, but like I'm speaking to large sponsors such as energy producers that are in the area that I know have already done a lot for that area in the ways of water.
Right, yeah.
Right?
I don't have
They
a
may be an
complete list of
excellent
who's
funding
in the commercial donations, but I do know that Challand was one of them. I think Synovus was on that list, so the people the energy that was in that area, I think were contacted, and we're continuing to contact, to try and get more corporate donations, yeah. The other one you're talking about is the material and services donations. That's the $56,000 that would include the different contractors, trades, and different people that gave material or services towards the construction while they were working on it.
Okay. This one, I guess, this is a tough question to ask, but is there a more detailed breakdown of expenses? From someone that builds things, it seems very hard to believe that a project of this magnitude got to this cost, I guess. So it's, to get a better understanding, would it be possible to provide council with a detailed explanation of how the money was spent thus far and what the intention is moving forward? Like, you provided a breakdown of the things that need to be completed, but to put a number of 437,000 on those items, I guess at a glance, it seems like a high number.
Yeah, I think I spent a number of hours trying to budget for this on a spreadsheet, and I think a number of those are actually a little bit low. When we went to HVAC and some of those, they said that costs had increased by 30–40% in the last few years when we'd got estimates from them before, so we got new estimates from them. HVAC came in alone at $62,000.
No, is that just single sourcing, or were there multiples?
There's multiples. We're trying, but we are trying to stay local and use local services. So there's only a few companies that can locally do a commercial HVAC unit like that. So we have 2 people coming in with bids on that. Electrical as well. We've got a couple bids on electrical. Some of them were $50,000 to $60,000 for the lighting and electrical that still needs to be done. The other one came in at around $85,000, $90,000. So the costs are substantial just for a couple items on there. But having said that, past expenses, we also have all that detailed also as well. But I didn't work on a lot of that, but I do know from them working on it that they were lucky to get the cement in when they got the cement in, because it was right before a lot of the cement increase prices came in. They did some forward planning and bought skids of the drywall, which we're now putting up like 4 years ago before the drywall prices went up, and then stored that drywall, knowing that the price of that would be going up and that they would have the area to be able to store that and be ahead of time. The lumber they bought ahead of time for all the extra walls and stuff on the inside to make sure they caught the prices before as much as they could ahead of time and stored that, getting ready for the build. So there was some trying to avoid these costs increase, but
right.
Some of them were just done. And same thing with septic fields. I mean, they probably used to be with the tanks and the field. You could have done that 50–60,000 before, but the estimate came in now at 85,000 or something total. So.
And I guess just to touch on that briefly, in my experience, the other halls in the community do not have fields. They're just tanked and pumped out. I'm not aware of another hall that has a field, actually. Maybe someone could correct me on that, but.
The old field that we had a field. Our hall had a field.
Okay.
The reason I think they're wanting to put a field in is because if you have 250 people in there, which is again, you have to get a fire marshal to come in and tell us what the maximum is going to be, but the bathrooms are set up for 300 maximum. We've thought that it probably could hold 200 people sitting in just seating, and then 200 people tabled for a wedding or something, so.
And there's other halls of similar size or even slightly larger that they do operate just off of tanks. So it's.
I don't know that, I guess that's a possibility. I know some of the other halls are close to that size. Some of them have 180 tabled kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, I won't take up too much more of your time. There's one last question here. Is it common in Clearwater County, maybe this is for administration too, to build a hall that's considered to be tornado proof? That's not a term that I've heard before. I don't believe that's a real term.
No, correct. I think the term is safe refuge. The idea is that it is a refuge in the event of a severe weather where people could flee to. That's my understanding of the safe refuge definition.
Yeah, fire, any type of emergency in that area. And it was a building code, provincial building code, I believe, that we had to follow. It wasn't us putting that in there and saying we should do this.
I would just be careful with that term tornado proof because there could be some legal issues.
Right. And that would definitely be my term that I pulled here. My understanding was that it was for severe weather to be able to withstand that type of storm.
Yeah.
I appreciate your admonishment there on that point.
No problem. That's it for me.
Councillor Letwin.
Yes, when did this project start again?
The fundraising started in 2016.
Construction.
The construction started, basically, well, the base and stuff started just after 2020 when we hauled down the old
2020,
hall.
okay.
Yeah.
No. And who's running or managing this project as a whole?
The Ferrier Community Board.
Community Board, okay. Yeah, just a couple things that I see your outside structure is complete, but we're missing decks and front pads. We've got part of the sewer in, but we didn't finish the sewer. It seems like you're bouncing all over the place instead of finishing one project and then moving to the second project. And you've got all these multiple half-done projects through the entire thing since 2020, that's 5 years. Just asking.
Oh yeah, well, they did do priorities. They were trying to do it as a priority to get the hall open. And so to get an opening, you needed to have the tanks in, but not the field.
But the hall's not finished yet.
No, but
might be open for the contractors.
You need the tanks in to get the plumbing done. We were trying to do it in the order. You have to do the drywalling before you can put the HVAC in because they won't allow an HVAC to be set up when you've got drywall dust in there. So that voids your warranty on one of those big rooftop commercial units. So we have a temporary temporary heating.
Heat supply.
Heat, so.
Oh, I see,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Powell.
Okay, so I did come out and see the hall, and it is evident there is a ton of work to still be done. Just some clarifications from some things I've been asked. The 4,000 volunteer hours, which is a huge amount of hours, are any of those paid or were they strictly volunteer?
Strictly volunteer. Their paid hours were separate. They would be included in the cost for construction from mostly the one contractor, which isn't really a general contractor because the board's taken that on and then hired trades to do most of the other jobs, so.
Perfect, so there isn't actual hired general contractor then, it is the board that's doing the general contract, okay. Because I wasn't here last year when this was done, there was $200,000 given in 2025 to the board. What was done with it?
That's the construction this summer and $95,000 of that is still left.
Okay.
So.
And just so I can answer some of the residents who've asked me these questions, you guys in this finance here, I just quickly added it up. So it was $200,000, $7,500, and $20,000 is currently what has been stated the county has given the board. So that would be $227,500. To satisfy some questions that have been asked, if we were to ask for more of a financial statement and breakdown on where all those numbers went. Would that be at something at a later date you guys would be willing to provide?
Oh, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's all my questions for today.
Councillor McCulley.
What are the annual costs of this building and land empty per year?
The utilities will obviously be going up if we actually use any light heat. The water, it won't be a big deal if it's empty, but you do have the insurance. If it's not completely built, then it's higher insurance because it's cost of construction insurance. But I think the other big thing is, again, what we've been dealing with for the last number of years is the inflation every year. So if you've got HVAC, electrical, all these big items that still need to be done, those are the items that are going to increase every year. So you got another 20-some thousand or more in inflation, as well as 25,000 for the cost of insurance and then utilities, with no income coming in because you don't have the rentals in the summer.
Yes, and if you didn't receive this funding, what would happen to the build?
It would slow right down because we have $95,000 left, so we're just trying to get it closed in and sufficient to be able to be where it's at until we can actually finish the build. So,
And then you can't afford to maintain the empty building because you can't afford those annual bills. Eventually, it would be, from just my guess, would fall on our shoulders at some point in time.
Yes, I guess that's where it would go, yes.
Just from my perspective, I am surprised that this building started the way it was. Tearing down a building with not a concrete plan to build one, it's put everyone in a bad position.
I think they did have a concrete plan at the time, but they did have that budget of $475,000, and they did get to pretty much raise the money for that amount, but just because of the things that happened along the way, there was no way they could see more than doubling the costs of construction come up to this amount.
It's gonna come out at what, $1.01 million? That's a significant community hall from my perspective. And I don't see, like, if you go through the building, there's a lot to do still. A lot to do, and with prices going up, it's just gonna get more expensive. I understand the need to finish it because it's gonna cost everyone money in the long term. It's just unfortunate that we're sitting in this position.
It is unfortunate, and I think if you tried to build that hall now, it would be more than $1.1 million for sure because of the increased costs, but.
I'm gonna move over to Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I just had a question about the construction insurance. So it seems like that maybe isn't in the amount of dollars raised or included in the expenditures. So Clearwater County funded the construction insurance in 2025 for $23,000. So but because the bill came to Clearwater County and Clearwater County paid it as directed by council, it likely isn't in your numbers. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, I don't believe it's in the fundraising numbers, but I did try to include it in the remaining work. I put insurance there.
For the following year?
Yeah.
Yeah, but not for the 2025 insurance?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So does the structure currently it would have insurance on it currently right now?
Is it till April, or I can't remember when the insurance is?
I believe it's June, and it has construction insurance on it currently.
Until June of 2026?
Yes.
Okay.
There was 1 year of insurance purchased through Clearwater County's policy for $23,000.
I'm gonna move over to Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. You guys mentioned that the plan was to install commercial HVAC. I didn't understand that at the start of this meeting. Why on earth would we build a hall to commercial spec? Like, is that a regulation that I'm unaware of, or was that a choice made by the hall board because they plan on hosting meetings there and, treating it as a revenue generator?
What do you mean by commercial? Like, all I'm saying is when we asked when the local HVAC you guys looked at the hall, that's the plan they suggested, was one large rooftop unit to try and heat and cool the whole unit as one. And that would be the cheapest option of doing that. If they were using smaller furnaces, it was gonna cost more than having one big one.
Wow, I would say that that's incorrect, but, thanks for the feedback.
We can definitely get some more quotes, but both the plumbing and heating guys in town are suggesting one, whatever it is, 64,000 BTU rooftop unit to then pipe through and heat and include the kitchen, like just pipe through the entire place so that there isn't even a furnace on the inside.
Yeah, I understand the theory, I don't understand why a community hall would have been constructed in that manner. It just did.
I'm not a plumber.
It just seems like there was a lot of. Has there ever been a general contractor or a project supervisor or a?
Yep, the original one that got sick was a general contractor originally. He, in fact, was looking at building it stick-built. And then when we got the new contractor, he suggested not doing stick-built and doing the formed walls and the trusses. And make it, again, I think the building code came in there as well. But so both of those contractors had a look over it, and the plans were originally paid for and done up with engineering. So it's engineered plans for how the building should have been done.
So there's another, you just said there, this is an ICF building?
Sorry, what's an ICF?
Concrete formed, like the walls are concrete in this building?
No, they're pre-built, so they're foam and wood layered outside.
Oh, I
so
see.
They were easier to put up than framing on the inside.
It's a package building. Yeah. Like from
just the walls.
Integrity post or like who manufactured that portion?
I'm not sure.
Wowzers, okay. I guess if I could just respectfully say that this project is in dire need of someone with experience in these projects, because I feel that the costs that you're seeing in front of you are just gonna continue to increase, because it sure seems like maybe contractors are taking advantage of the situation. And without maybe someone that's experienced in putting these projects together,
I'm sure we'd welcome help from the county with doing the construction, but yeah.
That's taking on a project like that's at this point, I don't know that the county could or would. That's a question for administration, not for council. But it's too bad that it's at this point, holy smokes.
I'm gonna move over to Councillor Powell.
This is just a question for administration. We just mentioned that the insurance was paid. Historically, is that something that we do for other halls?
Ms. Serhan?
Clearwater County provides liability insurance for all of the community hall boards with no cost to the board. However, property insurance is offered to the halls at cost recovery. So whatever premium is required for property or contents is then invoiced out to in all the different halls.
And then if I have one more question. This is just in general halls, again, I'm new, but there's an annual hall funding that goes out to every hall, is that correct, of different amounts?
Yes.
Okay, where is the funds for that in this? Like if I look on this.
On the documentation provided by
The
the hall?
documentation that's provided, I don't see the annual, like, I'm confused on the finances. So I'm trying to figure this out because there should be an annual hall funding that the county sends to these guys. But when I look at the paperwork in front of me that they've provided, I don't see the annual hall funding amounts. Did they not get theirs or?
I'm sure we did. Is it $5,000 a year or something like that?
Yeah, I
Help
just-
with,
Yeah, but I just didn't
help with
see.
insurance and utilities and that type of thing.
Ms. Graham, go ahead, please.
I'm making an assumption, but I believe the documents we received today are a specific fund for the hall build. So I would assume that the funds, the annual grants are going toward other operational costs associated with the grounds?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are actually, you did receive yours.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's about was it $5,000 a year?
Okay, so there's actual would be other revenue that the hall is receiving that's not in this documentation.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so,
other expenses. This is just construction.
I'll go back to the financial statements, then it'd be nice to have some clarification on how much the hall is actually making, how much money is needed for the construction, where the expenses are, because constituents are gonna ask us. Not that halls are not important, because I love community halls and I think that they're needed in the community, but we need to be able to answer to all the taxpayers, and I know that that question's gonna be asked, so thank you.
Councillor Letwin.
Back to the insurance question here. I see that you have insurance and future inflation. Insurance is $25,000 a year. Is that what you're paying for insurance right now, or is this the group from the county for all the community centers, or how is that a breakdown?
Ms. Gray.
So the $25,000 is the course of construction insurance. The county paid for that last year. It was not previously on the build, and to release the $200,000 last year, that couldn't be done without the project having course of construction insurance, because otherwise those funds would just be lost if something happened. So that is an annual fee. It is in the budget that you guys will be looking into the next few days, so we'll have to chat after this if you guys are planning on paying for that, or what the plan is moving forward for that. But that is annual for course of construction for this hall specifically.
So that is an annual fee of $25,000 per year for this hall.
Yes, until the build is complete. It's just the course of construction insurance.
5 times 25 is only 125. Small change. Thank you.
Yeah, it didn't actually start till this last year though, when we got the funds from the county.
Just started last year.
June.
I thought you started back in 2020.
We did. We didn't have in cost of construction insurance.
Okay.
Because it was $25,000 a year.
Sorry for my ignorance.
No, that's
Thank
okay.
you.
So at this point in time, is the building at a lockup stage where it would have no damage, or is that at a stage that prevents the building from having any damage from weather?
Yes, just about. It's got a couple corners, I believe, on the building where the siding just needs to be finished, and then after that it should be safe for the winter for weather.
Okay. So if there's no more discussion, Councillor McCauley, you'd like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that council receives the delegation from the Ferrier Community Association as information.
Okay. If there's no more discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you very much for coming into council and providing all the information that you have for council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
We got 5 minutes.
Ms. Graham, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to, they did ask for a letter of support in their overall ask, and I believe they needed it for January, so I was just wondering if council was able to consider that. I don't know if this will be back before January or not. So they're applying for another CFIP grant, and for that they were requesting a letter of support from the county. But I believe they need it by January, so I just wanted to know if you guys would be willing to consider that, or we could bring that back as its own item to the next meeting too.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and that would be a request from the county for financing, or from the federal government or provincial government, or who would that be from?
So it's the provincial government, it's the Community Facility Enhancement Program, I believe is what the acronym stands for. And it's a small grant, we've been very successful, we've received many local grants for that. They've received 2, I believe they mentioned. And they're just asking for a letter of support for it at this point.
We'd be a letter of support, but we wouldn't be financially supporting.
If it was just letter of support, correct, which we could bring just the letter back to the next meeting, but I don't believe we'll have all the other information ready for the next meeting. So we can bring it back as another agenda item if you guys would like, but if you would like to avoid that, you could discuss it now as well.
So right now, letter of support for the CFIP grant would be no financial commitment on behalf of Clearwater County, just letter of support so that they can submit their application. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Councillor Powell.
Just with this, just so I understand, because I've never done this before, do they have any certain things they're gonna need for criteria for that? Or that isn't something we worry about, we just give them the letter of support?
So
Go ahead, Ms. Graham.
one of the criteria for that is matching funds. So depending on what they're applying for, they won't necessarily have that, but if they're reaching out to a bunch of other places for grants, they could have it by then. It's kind of a chicken and egg situation, I guess, but yeah.
Director Van Newkirk.
I believe with the CFIP grants that they don't recognize a letter of support alone as support. They want to see the money in the bank account in order to formally recognize it as supporting an application.
Is there, sorry, can I
Go ahead, Ms.
continue on
Powell.
my question? Is there a deadline that they need to have these funds in their account for? Like, is it January something to make these CFIP grants take place?
I'm not familiar on the exact deadline of that, but I do believe that they want to see the money there with the application.
With the letter?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Councillor Letwin.
So in other words, they need money in their account so they can have a letter of support, so they can apply for this grant from the provincial government.
And get the matching
Therefore, they're
funds.
looking for money from
Yes.
us.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification on that.
Councillor Powell.
So a letter would be wonderful to get them some grant funding. Is there any way that we can request some financial statements from them? I have some documentation that is public to the county sitting in front of me of $310,000 that Ferrier Hall has received, but in the documents that were provided here, I only see 227. So I want these guys to be able to have the most benefit, but I don't know where the $83,000 went. And so I want to be able to help them and get them what they need, but where's the $83,000?
Ms. Serhan.
Yes, again, they would have financial statements for their entire operations, not just for the build. So they are required to submit those annually in order to receive their $5,000 funding. The other thing is that they did say they had $95,000 sitting in their account. The grant is for $125,000. They did mention that they've already completed the casino.
Oh, and there'll be more money from that coming.
Yeah, $20,000 for that. So they could have almost their $125,000 that would be required for matching. So I think there would need to be some more discussion with the board to find out how much money they're needing to spend before the application and what they're short for their matching funds for that application. And then the letter of support is just saying that Clearwater County supports the project. Doesn't necessarily have to be financially supporting the project.
Thanks for the clarification. Sometimes when you just don't, when you're new and
Yeah.
you don't have all the numbers in front of you and they're not all adding up,
Yeah.
it just gets confusing.
Yeah.
I understand what the purpose of the letter is and why they would need it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Director Van Newkirk.
Sorry, just to add, the deadline is January 15th, and if they don't have that letter and funding by then, they would have to roll over to the next intake in May for grant applications.
Okay, thank you for that information. Councillor McCauley.
Is the next council meeting too late to defer this to for that letter of support so we can discuss this in budget? And I think there's more to discuss on this than to make a decision today. Okay.
It should be okay with the meeting being January 13th.
Okay.
So council could choose to support a letter of support, but not offer any funding at this time. Okay. Be looking for a motion then to go. Councillor McKay, sorry, I can't see your light, the microphone's.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
I just have another question for administration. Has the Hall Board, the Ferrier Hall Board, provided you with a detailed breakdown of their construction expenses? Or just operating expenses?
Ms. Graham?
We have not been provided with detailed breakdown of the construction. It was requested for the $200,000 and we didn't receive it, and council didn't request it further, so they approved the funding, so.
Yeah.
Because in that case, I would like to make a motion that administration request a detailed breakdown of construction expenses before our next meeting, so that we can make a educated decision on this CFEP letter and funding. Is that an acceptable motion?
I'd like to second that motion.
So what we're looking for then in that motion would be reporting on the historical expenses for construction of the. Is the motion clear enough for administration that right now? So the motion is that council direct administration to
Just
request the council direct administration to request a report from the community, the Ferrier Community Hall, for cost reporting of all the construction costs to date.
Well, I think, and their proposed finalization of construction as well, right?
Right, so do we want to report on the current expenses, where they've spent the dollars?
And where they're proposing to spend the rest of it.
Okay, so
Or is that too much?
might be two separate motions, but they do have, in this information here, they do have some proposals of how much more money they would need. But,
Yeah.
so,
Enough information to make a decision on this.
okay, so the motion will be, I'm just gonna call this out one more time, the council direct administration to request a report, including all the expenses for the current construction from the Ferrier Hall Community Association. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Call the question, all those in favor? That motion's passed. Regarding the letter of support, Councillor Letwin.
Put that on hold till the next meeting during budget, until we see some financial numbers.
Okay,
To the 19th?
I think it's the 19th, Friday the 19th.
okay, we'll just hold off on that till
It'll
then.
be the week after the rest, this week, we'll be budgeting. And once we see where we're at with the budget and that, instead of offering a bunch of money out.
Well, it would just be a letter of support. They could find the funds from another organization if they chose, but they would just have a
If it's just a letter of support, then fair enough.
letter of support, but no funding attached. That way if they
No-
chose, they
No
could,
funding attached, that's what my request would be. Yeah.
that way if they chose as a community to proceed, if they can find funding at another organization or something like that, they would have a support letter from Clearwater County Council.
No. Sounds
So-
good.
So I'll make a motion that Clearwater County to make a motion to direct administration to provide letter of support to the Ferrier Community Association with no funding attached. But it has to be in a positive, right, for a motion? Yeah, okay, so council direct administration to provide letter of support to the Ferrier Community Association for their CFIP grant application. Okay, Councillor Letwin, do you have any comments?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Sometimes lights just automatically go on here and there. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. We could move on to item 6.1 in our agenda. 6.1.1, Clearwater County and Town of Rocky Mountain House Library Board's budgets. It's on page 150 of the agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to administration.
Thank you. So as mentioned, this is regarding the Clearwater County and Town Rocky Mountain House Library Board budgets. Just to provide some background, as council would recall, during the November 25th, 2025 regular council meeting, delegations from both the Clearwater County and Town Rocky Mountain House Library Boards presented their 2026 proposed budgets. In turn, this created a two-part agenda item. So for part one, it's the 2025 emergent funding for the Town of Rocky Mountain House Library. The Town of Rocky Mountain House Library Board requested emergency funding for 2025 to cover a shortfall of funding which occurred due to not receiving a portion of provincial operating grant funds previously distributed by the Parkland Regional Library. The funds were divided as follows. For the Village of Caroline Library Board, they received $30,270. The Town of Rocky Mountain House Library Board received $46,000, and the Nordegg Community Volunteer Library received $2,500, which made up a total grant received of $78,770. Due to the creation of the new Clearwater County Library Board as a result of the amalgamation of the village and the county as of January 1st, 2025, the total amount of the operational grant was distributed to the Clearwater County Library Board in 2025. The Rocky Mountain House Library Board was unaware of this funding change and as a result included $46,000 in grant funding in their 2025 operational budget. As they have not received these funds, the board is facing an emergent shortfall in their current budget and therefore asks that the town and county jointly make up the difference. As the agreement between the town and county and Rocky Mountain House Library Board, the town and county share costs to operate and maintain the library building and the library's appropriation costs of 50% each. Consequently, at their November 18th meeting, the town council approved $23,000 emergent funding for the Rocky Mountain House Library. The second part is regarding the Clearwater County Library and the Rocky Mountain House Library 2026 budgets. Attached, you'll have seen the Clearwater County Library Board's 2026 budget as submitted to staff on November 27, 2025. The budget includes grant revenues of $128,000 from the county and $32,770 from the province. It is assumed that the provincial grant amount in the budget is reflective of the Clearwater County Board, stating they would share a portion of the province's 2026 grant with the Rocky Mountain House Library if they receive the full amount of $128,000 in funding from the county. Their budget does not reflect an expense of sharing the $46,000 with the Rocky Library or receiving the provincial grant of $78,770 in its entirety. However, it reflects the $32,770 that the Clearwater County Library Board would be keeping from the grant. Although the two library boards recently met, no agreement has been signed for sharing the 2026 provincial operating grant. As no agreement has been signed, the Rocky Mountain House Library 2026 operating budget is for $217,300, which includes an increase of $46,000 to cover the loss of the provincial grant. Please see attached the funding and library usage statistics for additional details on each of the library's programs and services. And below, you can see there's three options that council could consider to fund the Clearwater County Library Board. The first option we have would be to delay the decision to fund $128,000 for Clearwater County Library operations until documentation from the Clearwater County Library Board reflects accurate anticipated revenues and expenses. The second option could be council approves Clearwater County Library Board's request for $128,000 in operations funding to be added to 2026 budget deliberations. Or the third option, council could approve a different amount of operations funding for the Clearwater County Library Board to be added to the 2026 budget deliberations. And I'll pass it back over to council.
Thank you very much. The way I see this, the province, after amalgamation, they really put both libraries in a difficult position by distributing the entire grant to only one library board. So I also know that during amalgamation discussions, it was very important to the community that there was very, if possible, very limited disruption to the Clearwater County Library Board and historically the Caroline Library. It was very important to the community, and that was discussed a lot during amalgamation negotiations. So I do have a question for administration. In the options that have been presented to council, that if council approves the Clearwater County Libraries Board request for $128,000 in operations funding to be added to the 2026 budget deliberations, with the condition that the Clearwater County Library Board distribute $46,000 of the provincial operating grant to the Rocky Mountain House Library Board by no later than December 17th, 2025. Ms. Graham.
So there are a couple of problems with that because it's our understanding that they're not willing to distribute the 2025 funding. That's why there's the emergent ask for the $23,000 for this year. And we also are not able to direct library boards. They are their own entity. They have their own acts that they have to follow. And so council can approve funding for them, but I don't believe that they can put stipulations on where the funding goes. So I don't know that that would be allowed.
Okay, the reason I ask is I thought with the budget approval on December 19th, that would give a couple of days to possibly meet the libraries, the Town of Rock Mountain House Library request for the emerging funding. But like I said before, the province through amalgamation really put both library boards in a difficult position by submitting the grant to one library board and not both, as historically it happened. Councillor McCulley.
I was at virtually at the meeting on Monday, and there was a lot of confusion still with the Clearwater County Library Board's budget. And what I would like to see is a request, I guess, from us, our end, is that when they're doing their budget process, they use us or use staff as a resource in order to get that budget to where it needs to be. For the Rocky Mountain House Library, they did receive half of that shortfall from the town, so they are only asking for $23,000. I think it's an unfortunate situation. The Clearwater County Library Board is trying to do as much as they can with the money they have. It was a little confusing on that Monday morning meeting. I received the budget during the meeting and had to read through it, so just wish it was a little more clear.
Thank you. Yeah, there's many unknowns after amalgamation with the newly formed Clearwater County Library, with the addition of a professional librarian, maybe additional staffing. So there are uncertainties for sure on the Clearwater County Library Board. Ms. Graham.
I did just want to clarify one thing from the agenda item as well for the Rocky 2026 operating budget. There is a $46,000 increase to the overall budget. Only $23,000 of that would come to Clearwater County. So their initial ask did have a $15,000 increase for staffing, but from that initial ask, it's the $46,000 increase to cover the loss of this grant revenue, and only $23,000 of that comes to Clearwater County due to the agreement.
Okay. Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I maybe just want to provide some clarification on how this funding, like what the province is doing with this funding. So before amalgamation, Caroline had its own library board. The town of Rocky had its own library board. Clearwater County did not have a library board. So the funding for the population within the town still goes to the town, historically went to the town. They're still getting a grant from the province for the population within the boundaries of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The Village of Caroline Library Board historically received funding from the province for the population within the boundaries of the village. Now that population is included within Clearwater County's boundary because of the amalgamation. And because that library board now represents all of the population of Clearwater County, not just the population of the Caroline residents, that is why that increased funding came from the province. Because Clearwater County did not have a library board for its residents, the Parkland Regional received that funding from the province for the population within Clearwater County, and they distributed it to Nordegg, Caroline, and the town, as historically has been mentioned. So now that the county does have a library board, that is why they're receiving that funding from the province. Because now Clearwater County residents do have a library board. It's the Clearwater Library Board, and it represents the Caroline Library and the Nordegg Library. So I hope that maybe clarifies a little bit of why the province is, where this funding came from, and why the province is giving it to the library board. And again, Ms. Graham's correct in that the library board, the Clearwater County cannot direct the library board on how they're spending their funding. How they can support them is through additional funding. And historically, the county has provided additional funding to both the Caroline Library Board and the town's library board. And now in 2025, that's changed to the Clearwater Library Board and the town's library board.
Thank you very much for the clarification. That was very well said, Mr. Hand. Thank you very much. Councillor Humphrey.
There was a bunch of flashing lights, so. Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Humphrey.
So, I'm trying to wrap my head around all this. Sorry, I can speak into the mic too. So this funding that's now coming from the government to the Clearwater County Library is increased because of the population of Clearwater County then?
Well, historically, it's exactly the same amount that went to Parkland for Clearwater's residents, plus what went to the previous Caroline board for Caroline's residents. So the library funding from the province has not changed for like 20 years. It's been this exact same per population. So the only adjustment is when the census is taken and the population adjusts for the municipalities. But the dollar amount per person has not changed for 20 years.
Okay, so I'm still missing something then, because Town of Rocky Mountain House, their funding hasn't changed. They get this much from the province.
For their population within their boundaries. What happened is Parkland Library used to take the funding for the population within Clearwater County's boundaries and distribute it based on a formula within the 3 libraries that kind of support Clearwater County's residents. So that was indicated as Nordegg's library, Caroline's library, and Rocky's library. And Nordegg fell under Parkland's library board. Clearwater County did not have a board to support Nordegg Library. Caroline's library was supported through the Caroline Library Board, and the town was supported through the Town of Rocky's library board.
Okay.
It's still
fuzzy.
It's still wandering around because so we're working with the same amount of money.
Same amount of money.
So we just need to know this formula.
Well,
and then why, and then that formula should be readily available. So if instead of giving the money, they're still giving Caroline their amount, Rocky's getting their amount, and then that other amount that was out there was also, it was divided before. So that extra amount just needs to be divided between the Rocky Library Board.
Well, it's because
and the county.
The county residents now have a board that supports them, which is the Clearwater Library Board. So that is why the province directs that funding to Clearwater's library board.
So it seems like it's just not being divided.
Well, it's...
Once this board has it,
the
are they
board,
just hanging on to it?
Yeah, the board, so then the board is saying that they are supporting 2 libraries, which is the Nordegg and the Caroline Library. Their mandate is not to support the town's library. Their mandate is to support the 2 libraries that are within the boundaries of Clearwater County. That being said, historically, because Parkland had control of those funds, they distributed it because they felt that county residents used the Rocky Library.
And they do. So, wow, that just seems like a communication breakdown. Maybe, you know, if you simplify it down, just don't hog all the money.
If I think some of the confusion is maybe coming from, Mr. Han, you said that the town of Rocky Mountain House received their grant just as normal, but in the agenda package, yeah, it shows that it appears that the Clearwater County Library Board is not sharing the grant.
They received their own grant for the residents within Clearwater County, or within the town of Rocky.
Right, and then it comes.
Yeah, it's Clearwater County's resident grant that they're not receiving anymore.
So in the agenda package, though, it says that the Rocky Mountain House Library Board was unaware of this funding change as a result, included in the $46,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Graham.
So a couple of things. So the formula to distribute, Parkland would reach out to the county and ask how we wanted the funds distributed. And it was based on the card holders where they had registered. So if you had a Clearwater County address and registered in Rocky for a card, your percentage would go there. And the same for the other 2 libraries. So it was 77% in Rocky and the remainder distributed between the other 2 libraries. So that's how they would figure out the funding and how it would be distributed. And what were you guys just talking about? Sorry, my brain went there. The grant funding.
Yes. Yeah, so basically what's happened,
Okay, yes, sorry, oh, right. So previous staff may have known, I don't know. We did not find out until May. So with the turnover and we did not find out until May. And so the Town of Rocky Library did not find out until after we did. It was communicated through CAOs to the library, and so they did not find out till May. So their budgets were approved in September, October for the libraries, so they were not aware.
right, so all the funding that was distributed to Clearwater County Library Board, all the surrounding population around Rocky Mountain House, all of those funds went to the Clearwater County Library Board. And in the past, that population per capita would have went to the Rocky Mountain House Library. Okay.
Correct.
Director Van Newkirk.
We do have representatives from the Rocky Mountain House Library Board here to answer questions if you wish to ask them to come up.
If they would like to provide any additional information, that they're welcome to come up and or
We're getting to be old friends, Reeve Northcott.
That's right, yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Letwin, do you have a question?
Is it possible that the county could make one library board so we didn't have 3 or 4 fighting each other or discrepancies, and we could keep this very, very simple in the future and distribute it? We've got the numbers, you've got the populations, we've got everything. Why do we need 3, 4 boards? Like Nordegg, Caroline, Rocky Mountain House is separate from Clearwater County. Like, we're all over the map here. Can we just make one library board, a solid structure, and move forward from there? And let the library board be responsible for the distribution of the funds that they get per year adequately to the other libraries.
So I'll add a little bit to that. Councillor Letwin, after amalgamation did bring all the, Nordegg, Caroline, but the Rocky Mountain House Library is in the municipality of Rocky Mountain House, but does provide services to the surrounding Clearwater County residents. Ms. Graham.
coming to an ICC meeting near you soon. So the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Agreement was recently approved, and one of the items was to discuss in 2026 an intermunicipal library board. So that is going to be discussed this year, and the town of Rocky Mountain House also actually has a motion on the table to bring it to the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee. So it is coming to be discussed soon.
Okay, I'd like to make another comment, if I may. Seeing we already give the town of Rocky Mountain House shared, $13 million per year, or whatever, very close to it, whatever. Maybe we can just increase that to include the library board once this universal library board is created, and then we don't have to have these discussions any longer. Thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Since the folks on the Rocky Library Board are so gracious to join us, I noted that there's been a significant increase to the Rocky Mountain House Library Board budget year over year for the last 5 years. Has there been also a significant increase in the number of card holders or the services provided?
Yes, so with the funding increases we've made over the past several years to town and county, we've shown that those are reflected in both increases in library usage through program attendance, circulation, so items people are borrowing in our community, and the overall increased demands we're seeing from the community in library services and usage. So yes, the short answer is yes, those increases were justified in each of those years based on increased demand for library services we saw, as well as how we were adjusting those through increases in services and increases in staffing to accommodate the growing demands of our community.
Okay, so even though we haven't seen an increase in population, we're seeing an increase in usage?
Yes.
To the tune of 25% over the last 5 years?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for maybe one question. What's the absolute latest that, for your emergent funding request? What's the absolute latest date that you would need those funds by, or?
So for the 23,000 requested of council, as noted earlier in the meeting, town council had approved the request we made of them for 50% of that budget shortfall from the lack of those provincial funds. To see those reflected in our 2025 budget, we would need to see those funds, come to us and deposited before the end of this month. I would say just to avoid, things being closed down over the holidays and making sure, the funds are deposited and accounted for in this year's budget. Ideally before the 23rd.
And then I suspect if the funds weren't distributed, there would be a reduction in services from the Rocky Mountain House Library Board for the community.
Yeah, at this point, of course, there's mere weeks left, so how that would be accounted for in this year's budget would be something the library board would need to determine. If it's a funding shortfall we're looking at in our 2026 budget, then yes, that would absolutely impact the services hours that our library can provide to the community.
Okay. Do we have any more questions at this time for the friendly members of the Rocky Mountain House Library? If not, I think we're gonna take a break here for till 1 o'clock.
It's the opportunity to speak.
Thanks for providing the information. We're gonna take a break. Welcome back from after our break. We're going to continue, excuse me, we're going to continue on item 6.1.1, and it is on, again, on page 150 of our agenda. So, Councillor McCauley.
I'd like to make the motion that council approves the $23,000 in 2025 emergent funding for the Rocky Public Library to be paid from contingency.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion that's been placed on the floor? No? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you for the motion. Councillor McCauley.
I'd like to make a second motion that we defer the request to fund the Clearwater County Library Board until our budget meetings in the next couple days.
Okay, well, is everybody clear on the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you for the motions, Councillor McCauley. And we can move on to item 6.2.1, Boards and Committees and Council Appointments Review on page 162 of the agenda. And I will pass the floor over to Ms. Haight.
Good afternoon, Council. So this report before you is the boards, committees, and council appointments review. So just to start off with just a few notes. Within municipal government, the main purpose of boards and committees is to share council's workload. They often focus on specific governance areas and tasks, and then provide recommendations to council. They support council's objectives and contribute to effective and efficient governance. The attached list of boards and committees that council appoints members to is organized into 6 categories: council and municipal, planning authorities, intermunicipal regional, community, industry, and environmental stewardship. The function of and appointments to these committees are often determined by a legislative requirement, an agreement, an invitation to participate, and or to help achieve council's purpose, strategy, and objectives. So council's purpose, again, is to provide good government, foster the well-being of the environment, foster the economic development of the municipality, provide services, facilities, or other things that, in the opinion of council, are necessary or desirable for all or part of the municipality, to develop and maintain safe and viable communities, and to work collaboratively with neighboring municipalities to plan, deliver, and fund intermunicipal services. So today, administration is asking that council review and discuss this list, identify those boards and committees that council would like to make changes to, and then direct administration to prepare a report for presentation at a future meeting on the impact of and options for changes.
Thank you, Ms. Haight.
So we can start with the list and go through them one by one, if council likes, or if council has any immediate thoughts.
Yeah, I'll add a comment into this, and I really thank administration for bringing this item forward. As we do move into this item, I'm hoping that the intention of this agenda item is to reduce some unnecessary workload on council and also administration, and that some financial efficiencies can be found, and allowing council more time to spend meaningful time with the residents of Clearwater County on things that truly matter, where some of these boards maybe don't provide a value at this point in time. So I guess I could start with one board that I have historically sat on, and it was the Sundry Petroleum Operators Group. It played a positive role over previous years in supporting communication between landowners and industry and municipalities. But at this time, what I've observed is that Clearwater County is already actively involved in the West Central Stakeholders Group, and they do a very good job at providing regional information, sharing, and engagement. And with Mountain View County having already withdrawn from SPOG, and with our current needs being well served through the West Central Stakeholders Association, I believe it makes sense at this time for Clearwater County to step back from a formal representation on SPOG. So this would also reduce the workload on councillors, reduce remuneration and meeting commitments, and may result in some financial savings if there are participation and membership costs. So, and I would also like to note that the door would still remain open in the future if council sees a need. So, with that being said, I will make a motion regarding SPOG. I'd like to make a motion that council withdraw the appointment of Clearwater County councillors to the Sundry Petroleum Operators Group Board of Directors and any associated committees effective immediately, and direct administration to notify the organization in writing of council's decision with the option for Clearwater County to re-engage in the future should council deem it appropriate. Is there any discussion? Okay. At this point in time, SPOG really truly is not providing a value to the Clearwater County residents, so I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions on any boards? Councillor McCauley.
I actually don't have anything I don't see on here, or don't like it, that we should, besides your said SPOG. But there are a couple boards that I think we should be potentially looking at. And I was discussing this with Deputy Reeve McKay. These requests on community halls aren't going away. There's a lot of them in the community. I think we need a board struck that first goes over the inventory, the deficiencies, the asks, like what we have in the county, and then goes over the long-term planning on how we keep these buildings maintained for all future generations. As we have seen from the Ferrier community, it looks like there's some mismanagement with how the project has come to be. And these requests for halls aren't going to go away. I have one in my email from Nordeg right now as well. But I know Buster Creek, there's another one that they're looking at wanting to update. It's an ongoing need for the community. And I'd like to see, I don't know if it's all council, but at least some of council and members of those boards and staff going over what those should be for the future.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor McCauley. Any other discussion? Councillor McKay.
I don't know that there's a motion to be made there, but I would agree that with Councillor McCauley, and I believe that should be a committee that encompasses all of council, because these halls are in each and every ward. We can get to whether we make a motion on that, but I do have a question about one of the existing boards, which I believe is what this time is more designated to. The Clearwater Regional Family and Community, oh no, sorry, that's not the other one. Where the heck is that one called? Yeah, sorry. The Rocky Mountain House Clearwater Community Wellness Association. I don't understand what the function of that board is. Who sits on that board?
Ms. A, do you have any background information on that?
Yep, sure.
Can you please provide some input, please?
There's a bit of history behind this, this board. Originally, it started, I believe, in the mid to late 2000s, and it was a intermunicipal effort between Clearwater County and Rocky Mountain House to recruit and retain specifically physicians to the area. At that time, I guess there was a bit of a struggle to fully staff the hospital and the community with practicing doctors. It then changed to having more of a bigger mandate, and that was to attract health and wellness practitioners, not just doctors, but any health practitioners like chiropractors, massage therapies, nurse practitioners, physiotherapists, et cetera, et cetera. And then just recently, I believe as of last year, again, they changed their name and some of the terms of reference for their board, and they have now created themselves as a society, but with the same mandate to help attract and retain healthcare workers to the area. It is completely apart from both municipalities. It is a group of healthcare workers, also members at large appointed by both councils, I do believe, and also having members of council on their board. Again, it's one of those boards where they have invited councillor participation to sit on the board. There are no legislative requirements for municipalities to have this type of group. There's no agreement in place for this type of group between the municipalities and between the society. So it's completely voluntary.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor McKay?
Is this a board that council feels is necessary?
Healthcare necessary?
Well,
It helps, this board, when they have a doctor come through, what this board does is wines and dines them and tries to attract them to the community. It's like the rawest form of what they do. They try to make sure that they attract the physicians that this community needs. I think it's a pretty important one.
And if we wanted, we could ask administration to bring additional information on this board back for future consideration. Councillor Humphrey.
I'd like to speak on this as well.
Yes, please.
Because of the state our province is in, as far as attracting doctors, and I think it goes long past our province, it's our whole country. They're having trouble attracting doctors to get them into the profession to begin with and to stay here because they're offered more money to go other places, lots of other places. And Rocky has attracted some really good doctors to this area and have a bunch of quality doctors. Our hospital has had, and I don't know how much this has played into it, but they have one of the, a brand new operating, well, brand new in the last year or two here, operating facility that I've been told is top state of the art for the whole province. And to get the doctors and the healthcare workers to come here and stay here, I think is essential for our community. And if this helps, and I know of some that it has helped and to get them here already, so I think it's a worthy cause for what they're out there trying to do. Keep our healthcare workers so that we maybe don't have as big a lineups to go see somebody when you need to see a doctor or a nurse practitioner, a physiotherapist that you don't have to leave the area. And it has been working, as far as I can tell.
Councillor McKay, go ahead, sure.
Just to be clear, I mean, I'm not saying that this board isn't necessary, I'm not saying that good doctors aren't necessary, I'm not saying that healthcare isn't necessary. All I'm asking is this something that council needs to be a part of? That's it. That's all I'm asking. If the answer is yes, then proceed.
Then I would.
I'm gonna just, Ms. Hay, please.
I should note that municipalities do provide funding for this society to help with their recruiting and retention efforts. And I believe that the invitation to participate was to sort of to have that participation as a result of the funding that the society receives, to make sure that if council was funding the society, that they would also be part of the governance and like be at the table.
Thank you very much. I personally actually don't have any experience sitting on that board myself. So, if there's no other comments, oh, Ms. Hay, go ahead, please.
I just remembered another thing. With these types of nonprofit organizations, societies, et cetera, it is within council's prerogative to appoint members at large in order to represent the interest of the municipalities. So a councillor appointment may or may not be necessary to represent the interest. Council may appoint a member at large to play that part. And I do believe that members at large are appointed by council to this committee or society.
Thank you very much for the information. I'm going to just shift over to another board at this time, and it would be the recreational boards. So, excuse me, it's on page 165 of the agenda, the North Saskatchewan Rec Board and the Raven Rec Board. So these recreational boards have helped deliver funding back into the communities over the last few years. They have served a purpose, but they also take a fair amount of staff time to run, which I have observed, with meetings, agendas, public appointments, and administration behind the scenes. On top of that, they also spend a noticeable amount of money on advertising, which hasn't always been very effective. So the intent here is to respectfully transition away from the board structure without disrupting funding. At a minimum, the same amount of recreational funding can continue, and through reduced staff time, reduced board and committee time, fewer meetings and less money spent on advertising, there is also an opportunity for even more of that funding to go directly toward recreational amenities for the residents and families of Clearwater County. So applications would simply just come directly before council by delegation or correspondence, as we've seen as today's proceeded. So, having said that, I will make a motion that council direct administration to prepare a report on the legal status, governance structure, and financial implications of the Raven Rec Board, North Saskatchewan Rec Board, including options for phased dissolution and transition to a council-directed recreation and facility funding model. And I will have also two other motions to follow this as well. Are there any questions? What I've seen is the recreational boards, they have sometimes, they do provide funding and value to the community. It's there's not a lot of applications. Roughly, I think the Raven Rec Board has an annual budget of $30,000. So I'm hoping by dissolving these and reducing the staff time and the burden on council and public members, there might be an opportunity to have actually more money allocated to provide recreational funding. They would just, you know, submit correspondence in our agenda packages or do a delegation in front of council. So I think we could actually get more money to the community for recreation. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor McCauley.
Would this not gum up council chambers with simple requests for funding?
So in the past, the meetings for the example of the Raven Rec Board have been significantly short, but you do have to record minutes. You have to have staff time to prepare an agenda. So for some of the simpler recreational amenities, whether it's for fishing rods or jerseys for a club, they were considerably small asks historically. So I don't think that there would be a problem, and really the board only met twice a year with sometimes maybe 2 applications and sometimes 0 applications.
I think I worry that it's gonna gum up our processes, having all of these smaller delegations come forward to us in the middle of the day when this stuff does done at night. What if it was 1 board instead of 3, you know, as a trial? Let's take this from 1 board, or from 3 boards, take it down to 1 and see how that works. Yeah, I truly, I think it's gonna gum up this building.
So I did state just historically, just actually only moments ago, there had been times in a 6 months period where there was 0 applications. So personally, I'm not concerned of an overabundance of applications coming in through either correspondence or delegations, but I do see at this time there's considerable amount of staff time to develop agendas, hold meetings, the organizational for public member appointments. So if there's any other discussion, do you have any more comments?
No, I
Councillor McCauley?
think it's just creating more process when they're separated, so it's less process for all of council. And we're taking something that's now gonna involve all of council. In a meeting, council meeting, not a meeting that's done after, but that's just my thoughts.
Ms. Haight.
No.
Oh, sorry, you're late to automatic.
Sorry.
Councillor Humphrey.
So are you talking about just the 2 or the David Thompson Rec Board as well?
Just the North Saskatchewan Rec Board and the Raven Rec Board.
So
The David
maybe
Thompson
further
Rec-
to Councillor McCauley's comment there, maybe that's something that could they just be rolled over into that so that if there was, it still wouldn't come to council, it would go to a rec board that's already there and meets 6 times a year?
So they're a little bit different purpose.
Are they? Okay.
The Rec Board for North Saskatchewan and the Raven Rec Board, they provide a little bit more funding, where the David Thompson Rec Board does a little bit more discussion on development, maintenance, recreational services and facilities. The Raven Rec and the North Saskatchewan Rec are more funding boards to provide funding. Councillor Powell?
Just for clarification, and listening to what the other councillors said, some of these, they're not necessarily going to be in-person delegations. It could be a letter that's coming through in correspondence, correct? So it doesn't necessarily mean that the time on the floor for an actual delegation would be there. It could just be a letter, is that correct?
You know what, you're absolutely correct. And historically, sitting on the Raven Rec Board, that's actually all it was. I don't recall, I may be mistaken, but I don't recall any delegations formally presenting to the Raven Rec Board. It simply was just a letter of correspondence or a request for funding. So,
It's just time, okay, I get it. It's just a letter.
Councillor McKay. Councillor Humphrey, do you have a further comment?
So just trying to clarify this. So then if there was a letter of intent, then that would come to administration. It would still have to wind up on our table though, right? Okay.
Yeah, sometimes historically there's applications maybe for $500 for fish or $1,500 for jerseys. Small little items like that. But again, like I said, sometimes there was 0 applications. So then what happens is you're spending, you know, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on advertising for newspapers and stuff, when really, in my mind, that money should, rather than spending it on advertising, it could be going to the community for the benefit of the residents. But Councillor McKay.
If I may, I'd just like to add that after having attended the DT Rec Board meeting, they actually do provide a fair bit of funding, and they're looking for things to fund. So I guess from what I've seen from that board, it would be well within their purview to take those applications on rather than bring them to council, but that's a decision for all of council.
Okay, so I'll back up a little bit. Historically, to have those different rec boards was to have public members from different regions of the county, not just one. So that was the intention, to have the three. But yeah, if I know I said there was 0 applications, sometimes it's 6 months, but if you feel that it's gonna come up council chambers, I don't know if that's accurate, but I'm gonna withdraw my motion at this time, and we'll move on to another board for further discussion. Councillor McCauley.
I think it's valid. Not having all these boards, if they have 0 function, doesn't serve us well. It's a collective body so that we don't have to review a $500 request. I think that's not in this, we don't need to be doing that. There's a board that's, Deputy Reeve McKay just said, that does want to review these things. They get applications in on a regular basis, and they want to give money out. Why don't we look at having one board to do all of these things instead of 3? I like that.
Okay. Councillor Powell.
I think with just 3 applications or whatever it is on these 2 boards, I don't think leaving the board sitting there and withdrawing the motion is a good idea, because you're going to be paying extra remuneration if the North Saskatchewan Rec Board sit there and if the Raven Rec Board sit there. So that doesn't quite make sense to me when it takes us 10 or 15 minutes to read some letters in council.
Thank you for your comments. Any further discussion on these or any other boards? Councillor Humphrey.
So would it be in line then to, rather than totally withdraw your motion, just amend it to hand that off to this existing David Thompson Rec Board, seeing as they want it, seeing as they'd like it, or even have it presented to them if they would be willing to take that on? I think we have some options, and then it totally does what we want. It gets it off the sheet so that we're not spending extra money on it, but it also puts it where it can be looked at. And it's the David Thompson Rec Board, North Saskatchewan, Raven, it's all in Clearwater County. My thoughts, if that's something we could wanted to pursue, just amend it to that.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. So we could, Councillor McCauley.
Could we make a motion that we request staff to investigate the time and money saving opportunities of amalgamating the 3 boards into one? Is that something we would consider? It's, yes, but that's how she goes. So I'd like to make a motion that instead of just nixing all 3, or getting rid of it, taking the boards and investigating what, can we put them into just the one David Thompson board? Is that clear? I think for a motion.
You beat me to the punch. I was gonna make a similar motion, but just to ask administration to bring back options for additional information on the boards and committees and the options to merge them, but if we can just get a repeat on Councillor McCauley's motion. Sorry, Jana.
Council direct administration to investigate the time and money savings that would result in amalgamation of the 3 recreation boards into one.
Sure. Okay. If there's any further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Sure. Okay, and those opposed? That motion's carried. Okay, any further discussion on any other boards and committees? No? Okay. If Councilor McKay, if you'd like to have comments on the broadband committee, or suggestions or requests for additional information, absolutely, this is the time.
Question for administration. When the broadband committee was created, I understand that it was to reduce the amount of time that the broadband was taking up from council meetings. Is that correct?
That's part of the reason. The other part of the reason was to ensure that there were limited risks to potential conflict of interest, pecuniary interests, and by creating a committee, a board, a council committee with specific membership requirements, provided the protection to the municipality that was needed at the time.
Thank you. At the time, was there a timeline to which this board was to be intact? Was it intended to be dissolved after the project was completed, or?
Completely up to council. Okay. It is a council-established committee, and so if council wished to review the purpose, the bylaw for the committee, make changes to the bylaw, repeal the bylaw, that's completely a council decision.
Thank you. In that case, I would like to make a motion that administration present bylaw 1120/22 for review at the next council meeting.
Okay. Would that be the December 19th? Or
yes. At the next council meeting on the 19th.
Okay.
December 19th, that would generally be more of a budget approval day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, well then let's move that into January. I mean, I'm learning as we go here.
Okay, so the first or second meeting in January.
Is there something special about the first one?
The first, yeah, I know that the first meeting in January.
Let's just go to the second one.
The second one? Okay, yeah, because the first meeting agenda is apparently quite full.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more discussion on any other boards or committees? No? Okay. We'll move on to item 6.2.2.
Okay.
Clearwater County Strategic Plan on page 173 of the agenda.
So the first part of this report explains the general principles and process for municipal strategic planning. Did council have any questions?
Councillor McCauley.
We're still solid on those plans on not hiring someone to assist us with a upcoming plan.
So that falls under the second part of the report. So if there were no questions on the
Gotcha.
general information, I can move on if council wishes.
Yeah, I don't, do you
I don't have any questions, no.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll proceed. Ms. Hayden.
Okay. So in the second part of the report, it includes two options for council's consideration. The first option is to replace the existing strategic plan with a new plan to take effect in 2026. And the second option is to create a new strategic plan to take effect in 2027. Both options have the same cost estimate of $60,000 for the 2026 budget. And yes, that cost estimate is for hiring a facilitator. Both options have different timelines though. And so deciding on when to proceed depends on how council views the current plan and whether it fits the municipality's current situation. There may be new issues, community needs, and/or concerns that were identified by residents during the election campaign period. If council believes what was brought forward significantly changes the vision, mission, or purpose, council's values, direction, and goals, council may wish to start the strategic planning process sooner rather than later.
Councillor Ledwin.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's a strategic plan in place right now. And to have it revised or replace the existing or create a new strategic plan, it's cost $60,000 for a facilitator. I'm sorry I haven't been on council long enough to even know what our strategic plan is right at the moment, let alone start changing it.
Well, a municipal strategic plan is common practice, and as the attached current plan states, this current plan was in effect from 2022 to 2026, and it covers council's vision for the community, vision for the municipality, the purpose, and it also highlights council's values at the time that this strategic plan, this current strategic plan was developed. The facilitator did accomplish some key initiatives in writing up the strategic plan. And that was, that included a 2-day in-person workshop with council and staff. It included extensive public engagement that had input and feedback from 2 stakeholder focus groups and 42 individual interviews with a variety of residents, business owners, industry representatives, community associations, and other municipal representatives. And then the final presentation of the draft document in 2 versions, one long, one short. The public engagement part of the strategic planning process, that is where significant dollars can be put towards. The more public engagement, the more involvement that council wishes to have from the public, of course, that's going to cost extra money. So there's, I guess, 2 questions for council to answer. The first question is when do they wish to begin a strategic planning process? And do they wish to hire a facilitator? Or do they wish to have it conducted in-house?
Councillor Humphrey.
Do we have, currently have somebody in administration who would be able to fill that role?
I'll turn the answer over to
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. We have great staff, Councillor Humphrey. I would suggest we have nobody trained in facilitating strategic plans. That is its own profession in its own right. You know, I would also offer up the importance of a strategic plan. It can be really a document that sits on a shelf and collects dust. Or it can be a document that guides administration for council because it reflects council's priorities and your philosophy. You know, off the top of my head, a new strategic plan for this council could include economic development. And that economic development could focus in around rural ag. And what comes out of that and what are the objectives. It really should reflect current council. And that's the guiding tool for administration, if that helps.
That helps a lot. Thank you, CAOM and SET. That helps me place where this is because I think that's part of the reason why I'm here. Is because we need a strategic plan going forward that represents what the people, the constituents of our county want, what their wishes are. And so yeah, I definitely believe that we could rewrite it.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Humphrey? Councillor Powell? No? Councillor Letwin?
Like I say, I'm pretty new at this, so I'd like to just get more familiar with the strategic plan we have in place and moving forward down the road when we can see and we have a chance to consult with the taxpayers of the county and the other business owners and one thing and another. And then move forward there at that point to rewrite a strategic plan. But for me to participate in a strategic plan at this moment, I would be completely ignorant and I'd just be throwing darts at the wall somewhere. Thank you.
I guess I'll offer, it is a very new learning experience here, especially as first term on council. But in the current strategic plan, there's a quote here. And it says, "We are a rural municipality that is undergoing transition to a rural-urban community. We want to capitalize on our growth and at the same time maintain our rural roots." That is part of the current strategic plan that is in place. Councillor Letwin.
That being said, I think council can rewrite that one very quickly without hiring somebody for $60,000. In fact, how about we just vote to eliminate it completely from the existing strategic plan?
It wasn't very desired. I didn't get a lot of positive comments from the community on that. Councillor Powell.
I'll hold off. I think Councillor McKay wanted to go before me anyways. I can just wait till I say what I'm gonna say.
Okay, Councillor McKay, please go.
Your input's just as important. I would just like to say that this document does not align with what I believe the current council's views and the views of the community are. I personally would like to take this straight to a motion to replace the existing strategic plan with the new plan effective 2026 and start planning in January. So there's a motion on the floor if anyone wishes to speak to it.
So I guess if I just to clarify that you're have a motion that we replace the existing Clearwater County strategic plan with a new strategic plan effective 2026.
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Powell. I
would just have to agree with what Councillor McKay said. I have skimmed over this and read it. It doesn't align with what I heard when I was campaigning, and I would hope that we can have something simple and clear that all residents can read, and that it comes across with a very common sense approach. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor, do you have further comments? Councillor McKay? No. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, and I would just like to thank Councillor McKay for stating what I was trying to state and not getting it out as clearly and eloquently as you did. So thank you very much.
Councillor McCauley?
The one thing that I think Councillor Letwin is explaining is we just don't necessarily know what we are trying to accomplish besides the small words that are on these. What are the tangible changes that we're trying to do? And that's some of the stuff we learned through the job. I agree that we could do it in January, but also learning for 6 months some of the things that we want to do also doesn't hurt. I'm of both minds. It can work either way, but I do agree with Councillor Letwin saying, you know, we're new to this, learning all of the tangible changes that we want to make, things that you can touch, because that's what this report is lacking, I think, in my opinion. That's sort of what I think a strategic plan needs to have on it.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Letwin?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McCauley. When I said we could, and Councillor McKay here, when he said starting in January, what I had to say was I didn't think we would do it in one session or one meeting, that we would probably take a few months, a few meetings to figure out the strategic plan for the next 4 years in the council. I didn't think we'd do it in one shot.
Well, then it would maybe a 6 month process.
Yeah, maybe a 6 month process, exactly. And our views are gonna change in those 6 months, and we're gonna hear from the public in those 6 months. And we're gonna come, you know, bring it all together at that time.
If I may.
Councillor McKay, please.
Just quickly, the problem, Councillor McCauley, I guess, would be that this document should be something that we can refer to for direction and the administration can refer to direction. And it seems that it's on a completely different path, I think, than what this council is intending. So I believe the sooner that we reconstruct it, the better, I guess, would be all I would like to add to that. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Does that include hiring someone?
No, that wasn't part of this at all. No.
So we're gonna start it working on our own without a person to help facilitate the process?
That's a separate motion altogether.
Gotcha. Okay.
Councillor Humphrey?
Well, I'm thinking, seeing as how none of us have ever done this before, we're probably gonna need some guidance on making a strategic plan. And as administration doesn't have anybody who could fill that role, we're going to have to get somebody, so I'll make that motion. That we direct administration to hire somebody to get the ball rolling and to build our strategic plan. Is that?
So what we would be looking for, I think, would be to direct administration to bring back information on a facilitator to assist council in developing a new strategic plan. Would that be correct, Ms. Haight?
Yes, like if council wished to hire a facilitator, they could direct administration to bring back quotes and present those quotes to council for their selection of a facilitator.
Okay, so Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make a motion then to direct administration to bring back quotes for facilitators to proceed with a new strategic plan?
Yes, I certainly would.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. Now we'll move on to item 6.2.3, the addition to the agenda. I'm just looking for some notes that I had on this item. It is a discussion, with council for the pre-audit discussion with the appointed financial auditor. Councillor McCauley, I know you had some comments at the beginning when we amended the agenda. Do you have any comments at this time?
It was just, it's when these motions come up without any pre-understanding of what it is, I just, what's it about? That's all.
Right. No, thank you. And so I do have a motion here drafted regarding this agenda item, so I'll make a motion that council direct administration to arrange an in-camera pre-audit meeting between council and the appointed auditor without administration present, either virtually or in person, prior to commencement of the audit fieldwork. That would give council the opportunity to ask the auditor any questions or things before the audit was to begin. Are there any questions, comments? Councillor McCauley.
It's fairly, I think this is fairly standard. I mean, I've talked to the auditors before in a meeting, so it's not like it's a surprise. When would this be happening?
It would be before the audit fieldwork takes place. Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, just to be clear, so there is 2 days of audit field work, they call it pre-audit, that's done 2 days in January. And then the audit, in-person audit is 5 days and it's the end of March.
Okay, thank you for the information. Any other discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried.
So as long as it's just before March or before the 2 days in January?
If we could have that opportunity before the 2 days in January, it would be great. We'll move on to item 7.1 in reports, the CAO report on page 191.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Good afternoon, council. The December 9th CAO report. The local authority elected official course is mandatory for elected officials in Alberta to complete within 90 days of assuming office. Provides background on fundamentals of emergency management, introduces key emergency management partners, explains the implications of provincial emergency management legislation for the elected officials as representatives of the local authorities in Alberta. This course is available in person or online. Both options take about 4 to 5 hours. The Town of Rocky Mountain House Council has invited council to attend an in-person training course with their council on January 12th of 2026. Administration is requesting that council decide how they would like to proceed with the scheduling of the training.
Good.
Councillor McKay.
Sorry, my mic was already on. Could we not do the same as we did with the last joint training at the subway room?
Yep.
Okay. So does that need a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I would motion that administration direct town council that we would wish, or we can't direct town council.
Direct administration to.
Yeah, for it to just schedule a joint orientation session.
Okay, I would motion that to direct council to schedule a joint LAEO course with the Town of Rocky Mountain House on January 12th. January 12th. 12th. January.
Councillor, CAO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Before I go on to the next, would Reeve Northcott like to call that motion in order?
Well, should probably vote on it.
If there's any further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, Please proceed, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. Council is invited to the Brownlee LLP Annual Emergency Trends in Municipal Law seminar featuring topics curated exclusively for elected and administrative municipal clients. The seminar will be held in person in Calgary and Edmonton. The Edmonton date will also offer a live stream option for virtual attendance. Agenda will be provided closer to the date. Calgary is Thursday, February 5th, from 7:45 in the morning to 4:30. Edmonton, Thursday, February 12th, from 7:45 to 4:30 as well. As per council's policy, council authorization and attendance for remuneration is required for this event.
Okay, if there's anybody looking to attend this event, we'd like to have a motion on the floor. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, I make a motion that anybody wanting to attend this event, that be remunerated as stated in the invitation.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that Councillor Humphrey authorizes attendance and remuneration to attend the Emerging Trends Municipal Law Seminar. All those in favor? I'll call the question. That motion's passed.
Thank you, council. So the rural municipalities of Alberta, the RMA Spring Convention, hosts 2 conventions per year, one in the spring, one in the fall, at the Edmonton Convention Centre. Each convention sees a variety of plenary addresses and workshops, as well as ministerial forum and resolution sessions. This conference will be held in Edmonton, March 16th to 18th of 2026. And as per policy, this is an approved function and no resolution is required for attendance. The Alberta Electoral Boundaries Commission public meetings. On October 27th, the Electoral Boundaries Commission submitted their interim report on changes to Alberta's electoral districts. The commission is currently seeking public input on the interim report through written submissions with a deadline of December 19th. On November 24th, the commission released a schedule of in-person and virtual public meetings to be held throughout January of 2026. The meeting dates relevant to Clearwater County are as follows. South and Central Area, Alberta, virtual, January 15th, 5:30 in the afternoon to 8:30 at night. January 16th, 9 a.m. to 12:30, and again 1:30 to 4:30. In the coming weeks, RMA will provide members with an engagement guide providing an overview of the interim report and key messaging to inform participation. Council can contact administration if they'd like to participate in one of these virtual meetings. And that concludes my report, Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmons, and be looking for a motion to accept the CAO's report for information. Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion that we accept the CAO's report as information.
Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is passed. We'll move on to item 7.2. Does council have any other questions and any of the other attached reports regarding item 7.2, 7.3? If not, I'll look for a motion to accept the item 7.2, the broadband project update report as information. Councillor Humphrey.
I'll make a motion that we accept the broadband project update report as information.
Thank you for the motion. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. 7.3, the financial report update. If there's no questions, I'll be looking for a motion to accept the financial report update as information. Councillor Powell.
I'll make the motion to accept the financial report update to October 2025 as information.
Thank you for the motion. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Moving into 7.4, verbal counselor reports. If you wanted to highlight just on a few brief things that you've attended over the last little while, or maybe any concerns that have come forward from the community.
Okay. Highlight on a few things. Well, the Parade of Lights was wonderful. There's lots of Christmas things going on right now. It was cold but fun. The amount of people that came out was amazing. The Rocky Chambers hosted the Marian Mingle. It was great to speak with the German mushers. That was a really neat event too, and it was really well done. The Boards and Committee Appreciation Night, Clearwater County Staff Party, all the Christmas things are great, and it's so nice to see everybody coming out and attending them. It's been busy. I've got to speak with some residents on some topics, and there's some really knowledgeable residents out there, and I've appreciated the conversation. Other than that, I'll pass it off to you.
Councillor Letwin, if you have any highlights or any board or committee events that you've attended, or anything information that you'd like to share with council. We can always come back to you if you'd like.
Yeah, nothing at the moment, but I will say that the Christmas party that was held by the county here and men was very nice, very nicely done.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Councillor McKay?
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Obviously, thank you to administration for the Christmas functions so far. That's wonderful to see. Christmas party was great. Parade of Lights was a great experience. It was really good to see that many people come out. For anybody that has, I'd never been able to get to it before, so I truly appreciated that, to see the community out there and the support. Again, thank you to administration for the facilities tour that we took last week. That provided so much context and information, especially with regards to issues in Caroline and with a lot of our infrastructure. So I think that's something that maybe we'll have to make a motion at some point to make that mandatory for any new council. And lastly, I attended the SDAB training last week virtually. I would not wish that course on anyone. Lawyers are definitely playing a bigger role in our day-to-day lives and in our governance than I think anyone can possibly imagine. So if you can avoid that one, folks, I'd suggest it.
Mr. Ammons.
Thank you, but congratulations to Deputy Reeve McKay and Hazen Letwin for becoming certified.
Oh, congratulations. Councillor McCulley, do you have any comments, remarks, highlights?
Just like to echo everyone's comments on the events that we've had to attended. The board appreciation night was awesome to see. Thanks you, Jana, for setting all of that up. The Parade of Lights, while I'm downtown, I've been there 2 years just watching the parade. I've never seen it from River Road all the way through, and the sheer number of people was just crazy. It was really good to see. On December 1st, I had the broadband people show up at my house and measure my property. The uptake is surprisingly even higher than I thought. He has had 0 complaints going to homes and getting people to sign up. So it is positive to hear that. I think what the guy said was there's been one person out of his whole loop that didn't want on the property at all. And for myself, I measured incorrectly, and it was significantly cheaper to put it in than I had thought. So no complaints for me there.
Thank you for the comments and highlights. Councillor Humphrey, do you have any comments, highlights?
Well, as with everybody, the Christmas season is upon us, and it's great to see everybody out and about and in the Christmas spirit. The Christmas party was awesome, and I'm sure that the turkey isn't the only thing that's stuffed anymore, because I've been stuffing myself every time I turn around. So it's great. I'll try and rectify that in the new year so I don't need another chair. I did have some comments on our last meeting that we had, and it was in regards to the warming shelter. And it was all positive comments to the fact that they're all happy that we have this empathy for the people that need help. But we gotta just make sure we reinforce that fact that we're not enticing them to come out here. And that was the comments that I had from a few people on that, so I just thought that would be beneficial to share with everybody.
Thank you very much. And for my highlight comments that I'll provide, I did attend basically all the same events that we were at, the Merry Mingle, the Board and Committee Appreciation Evening, and they were all really nice. The other ones that I had attended over and above was, I did attend the Pregnancy Care Center event. There was a lot of success stories there, and that organization does benefit a lot of people in the community. And I attended a FCSS meeting with Councillor McKay, new board, so there's, we didn't discuss any grants that were distributed or anything like that, but just more of a informational session, and it was a nice meeting to be able to meet the new town councillors and see the mayor there as well. So that's all that I have for highlights or reports at this time. So I'd be looking for a motion to accept councillor reports as information. Councillor McCully.
I'll make the motion that we accept the councillor reports as information.
Thank you for the motion. Any further discussion or any questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. So we've already dealt with item 8 on our agenda, and we don't have any notices of motion at this time. So we've been moving on to item 10, which is closed session, and I'll be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Letwin. Councillor Letwin makes a motion to go into closed session. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion's passed. Welcome back from our closed session. Out of our closed session, we do have some motions coming out of item 10.1 during our closed session discussion, and I'll be looking for a counselor to make a motion regarding that item. Councillor McCauley.
I move that council approves the Caroline and District Athletic and Agricultural Society Agreement as amended to clarify that the county advertises recreation grants available through the society and add solid waste pickup in Schedule A services to be performed by the county.
Excellent. Thank you for the motion. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Looking for another motion. We have 3 motions here. Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion that council endorses the services agreement for signature by the Reeve.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. And the third and final motion that we'd be looking for is Councillor McKay.
I motion the council directs administration to present the agreement to Caroline and District Athletic and Agricultural Society for their signature.
Thank you for the motion. No further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. And on item 10.2, coming out of closed sessions, there will be no motions entertained at this time. So that will conclude our agenda for the day. And I'd be looking for a motion for item number 11, which is adjournment. Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion that we adjourn council.
Excellent. Exactly on 4:32. So call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried.